I keep getting mistaken for an Uber driver. Whenever I pull up to a red light, are you my Uber? No, I'm not. I'm getting sick of it. Next person who asks, I'm telling them to hop in. I get it. It's my whole Afghani, Albani, Algeri, Armeni, Azerbaijani. I'm going alphabetically. It ends with Yemeni and Zagrebi, so sit back, it takes a while. People see me, they say, he looks like a desert smuggler. I think maybe I saw him in The Mummy Returns. So he should just shuttle me to the Whole Foods. Drive. But I can't. I can't drive a cab, because I'm Jewish. And if you go home and you tell your Jewish parents you drive a cab, they don't even have time to kill themselves. It's just poof, they vaporize into a mist of shame and settle on the floor into twin puddles of regret. Yeah, like I'm gonna do business with a company called Uber. Come on, Uber. It's one of the Nazis' favorite words. Yeah, Uber, it means over or superior. And they called themselves Ubermensch, Superman. And they called my people Untermensch, Underman. Yeah, Overman and Underman. Pfft. Perfect match on Grindr. Underman sounds like the world's least effective superhero. Hey, Underman, that bridge is about to collapse with that bus full of school kids. And da-na-na. Yikes. Anybody need a mint? Best ethnicity for a cabbie. Russian. Some guy who's resigned to how horrible everything always is. Where to? You want me to take Gowanus Expressway? I take Gowanus Expressway. You want me to take Jackie Robinson Parkway? I take Jackie Robinson Parkway. You want me to hike barefoot in blizzard with you, your luggage, and your family on my back? Hop on. You want me to smile? Worst ethnicity for a cabbie, my people, the Jews. You can tell, because there's Uber, there's Lyft, there's no Jewish taxi app. Schlep. What would that be anyway? The driver would just complain the entire time. Oy, this traffic, oy, this weather, oy, this job. I should have gone to law school. Would you mind closing the window? There's a little bit of a draft. I had a thing in my throat. It went into my neck. If you don't close the window, it's going into my spine. Just close the window. Thank you for riding with Schlep. If your driver stops kvetching, the ride is on us. I imagine Schlep would have its own GPS system. It wouldn't use Waze. It would use Oy Vey's, which wouldn't give directions. It would just point out all of your mistakes. You should have turned back there. Back there, you probably should have turned. I'm just trying to help. You're the driver. I'll let you drive, but you should have turned. You should have turned. I'll be quiet. You drive. I'll be quiet. You should have turned. I'll be quiet. Would it have killed you to leave 5 minutes earlier with this traffic? I'm just, it's rush hour. Everyone knows it's rush hour, and you should have. I'll be quiet. You drive. You're the driver. I'll let you drive. I'll be quiet. And yes, you probably should have gone to law school. I'm just agreeing with you. You're the one who said it. I'll be quiet. You drive. And if you have a thing, bring a scarf. It's. I understand why my people get uptight traveling. I get it. I read the Bible. We never went anywhere voluntarily. And we never got an honest answer about how long it was going to take. Garden of Eden, get out. Go to Canaan. Now go to Egypt. Now go back to Canaan. Back to Canaan, we just got to Egypt. How long is this going to take? It shouldn't take too long. Now go to Babylon. You mean Iraq? How are we going to go there? You're going to walk through Syria. Hold on. You want us to walk through Syria to Iraq. How long is this going to take? It shouldn't take too long. He may be omniscient, but he has a terrible sense of direction. We didn't need a New Testament. We needed a new map. I keep losing my keys. A friend of mine said, why don't you just make an extra set and leave them at work? Which is a great idea. So now I have to get a job. Actually, I have a job, and you're at it. So would anyone mind holding on to these and just and coming to every one of my shows from now? Okay, I'll hold on. My other job, I'm an actor. Always getting cast as the ethnic thug. I was on the CBS show Unforgettable, that nobody remembers. Played an Albanian mobster. I was on the ABC show Forever, that got canceled after one season. Played an ethnically ambiguous thug. I was on the Blacklist. My character was security head, which was weird because that's exactly what my girlfriend gives me before I leave town on a trip. I said to my agent, enough with the ethnic thug roles. Can you get me an audition for something a little more substantial? And here are the next 6 auditions she sent me out on. Thug, Jew, thug, Jew. Yeah, thug, Jew. That's duck, goose for the ethnic actor. When you go to an audition, you're supposed to wear something that suggests the character, but you're not supposed to dress as the character, which is not that easy, because I don't know what suggests pirate. I know what suggests terrorist, my face. The first thing you do when you get to the audition is you look in the camera and you say your name, your height, and the role you're auditioning for. And I'm never sure if I should do that, as me, like Ethan Herschenfeld, 6'3", Mujahideen rebel. Or should I do it more as the character? Ethan Herschenfeld. 1 meter 93 centimeters. Mujahideen rebel. I feel like I'm overdoing it, so I just don't know what to do. There's this Chevy Malibu commercial, I don't know if you've seen it, but right at the beginning it says, real people, not actors. I find that insulting. I'd like to do a commercial, but apparently no company wants this as the face of their product. Bring your kid to Six Flags. For a great adventure. I'll be waiting. I guess they're right. My first TV role I played an orderly in a hospital basement morgue in a dream sequence within a flashback, covered in smoke on a soap that got canceled. They say there are no small roles. They haven't seen my work. My first movie role back in the 90s, I played Alejandro, the Colombian cocaine kingpin. I still remember my lines. My line. My word. Gringo. That was the whole thing. I got to play Pinky Rabinowitz, a Jewish mobster, on the show Boardwalk Empire, and what I learned on that job... What I learned on that job is that for a mobster, Sicilian is a much more intimidating accent than Yiddish. I'll show you. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to put an end to this, and I'm gonna have to put an end to you. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to put an end to this. I have to put an end to you. I gotta put an end to them. I gotta put an end to who knows whom I'll have to put an end to. I have to put it. If it was up to me, I would not put an end, but it's a job. I have a boss. He says, put an end. I put an end. What am I gonna not put an end? No, I put an end. I gotta put food on the table. It's a job, and and you should have turned back there. You probably should have turned. And it's not an intimidating accent. It's a sexy accent, yes, we can agree, which is why they call Yiddish the language of love. Well, that's French. That's French. I never really found French that sexy, but that probably has a lot to do with my middle school French teacher, Madame Lefkowitz. Bonjour, class. Je m'appelle Jessica. Je viens de Ronkonkoma. Le Expressway de Long Island, exit 60. Italian sounds sexy. I was once at a party in Italy, and some woman comes up to me and she says, "È vero che voi ebrei fate l'amore con noi cattolici solo per umiliarci?" Sounded very sexy. Here's what it means. She said, "Is it true that you Jews..." By the way, no sentence that begins with "is it true" has ever ended well for the Jews. So here's what she said. She said, "Is it true that you Jews make love to us Catholics just to humiliate us?" I said, "No, not just." For me, the sexiest language is German. Yeah, my girlfriend's German, and the first time we were intimate together, she said this: "Ach, ja." It just means "oh yeah," but I think it's because of it's ach. It's not ach, yeah. It's something about that. It still makes me blush. And I really wanted to answer, but I didn't speak any German. The only German I knew I learned from Schindler's List. Juden raus, Jews out, which wouldn't have made sense. So I just kept quiet, and she just kept saying "ach ja" louder and louder. So basically, she's yelling at me in German, and I'm completely quiet. Historically accurate. I auditioned for that show, The Blacklist, 12 times before I booked that role. I'll tell you about the first audition I did for them. It was for the role of Arab terrorist. That was the name of the character. You know, one of those episodes that's really shattering stereotypes, bringing people together. My big line was, I want to help, ... but without approval, ... I had more dots than words. So the role was quick, intense, and ethnic. The three things I'm known for on screen. And in the bedroom. I don't really know what ethnic in the bedroom means, but I think it means something like this. Something with a lot of R's. So my line was actually in Arabic, and I don't speak Arabic, so I had a friend of mine teach me how to say it. And I was practicing it over and over again on the way to the audition, on the subway at rush hour. بهوي لحمك بدون موافقة رسمية. بهوي لحمك بدون. The car cleared out. I didn't get the part, but now I use that line whenever I need a seat. I had an audition for the show Homeland for the role of Middle Eastern bodyguard number 2. I got to the audition. I did my line. You're on the wrong floor, miss. The casting director said to me, you're overdoing it. Do it again and do less. How? You want me to not move my lips? So then she says, okay, here we go. We're going to do it again. And I'm thinking, how am I going to do less? So this is what I did. Didn't get the part. But that same show called me back to audition for the role of Guy in Gym. And my agent warned me. Yeah. She said, they're going to want you to take your shirt off at this audition. So I did what any actor would do. Started doing a lot of push-ups, hired a trainer, cut out carbs. Turns out you can't get ripped in 48 hours. Agent calls me again with an audition for the show Girls, for the role of Adim, a Pakistani cabbie. I was so excited. Pakistani cabbie, not an ethnic thug. Ethnic, but not a thug, so that's progress. I read the script. Adim runs over an old lady. Ethnic thug. I got to the audition. I saw the other actors who were waiting to go in to read for the part, and they really looked like Pakistani cabbies. And then I went over to the sign-in sheet to put my name down, and I saw the names of the other actors. There was a Muhammad, a Mahmoud, a Muqtada, a Muhammad, a double Muhammad, a guy actually named Adim, the name of the character, and then me, Ethan Herschenfeld. And I got the part. I was shocked. But then I thought it over, and I realized those other guys, looking the way they looked, with those names, they were overdoing it. I got hired to do a play recently, and at the first rehearsal, there was someone there called the intimacy coordinator, which is on every show now since the Me Too movement. There's someone there to make sure that all the actors feel that their boundaries are being respected. And she had us do an exercise in consent. So we paired off, and I said to the actress I was working with, can I touch your wrist? She said, yes. I touched her wrist. She said, can I touch your wrist? I said, no. but you can touch my shoulder. She touched my, and then afterwards, the intimacy coordinator debriefed us. She said, I want you to be as comfortable saying no as saying yes. Those two words should just start to become interchangeable. I said, are you saying no means yes? She said, no. I said, by which you mean... My New Year's resolution this year is going incredibly well. Haven't missed a day. And I'm going to tell you how you can do that next year. But first, I'm going to tell you how it went for me in 2018. So my 2018 resolution was, be kinder to people. Here's what happened. I was walking my dog Loki off his leash in front of our building. A guy walked by pushing his baby in a carriage, and he said, put your dog on a leash. I was about to get into it with him, but then I said, be kinder to people. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, opened them, put him on a leash. The guy starts walking away. He waves at me. I waved at him. He says, have a nice day. And here's what I heard out of my mouth. I'll eat your fucking baby. That was January 3rd. So when this year was rolling around, I said, okay, I got to be less ambitious with my resolution. So here was my resolution for this year, and like I said, haven't missed a day. Moisturize my elbows. Yeah, they're incredibly moist. They're excessively moist. It's kind of gross. I keep slipping on kitchen counters. I think next year it's going to be moisturize my elbows every other day. But no, now I'm thinking for next year, I have a resolution in mind that'll be really important for me. I want to stop telling other people what to do. Because I'm kind of a Budinsky. Like, in front of my building, frequently I have to tell people to stop smoking. But I don't want to be too aggressive about it, so I've developed a technique. Go up to them, I gesture to the building, and I say, kids with asthma. But I don't want to lie, so I don't say, I have kids with asthma, or kids with asthma live here. No verb, just kids, asthma. And it works. They're like, oh my God, kids with asthma. But yeah, next year I think that's going to be my resolution. Stop telling other people what to do. And you should make that your resolution too. I had to move last year, and I have a lot of stuff. So I tried that Marie Kondo method. You have to pick up every item you own, look at it, and then say, does this soup ladle spark joy? And if it doesn't, you toss it. I picked up every item. No joy. Nothing. There's one thing that sparks joy. Buying new shit. My girlfriend has a lot of dick pics on her phone. She took them. They're all photos of me complaining in restaurants. I'm not good at taking compliments. Someone's like, nice sweater. I'm like, oh no, garage sale, $5. Like, nice glasses. I'm like, no, I found them on the street on a corpse. I never know what to say at funerals. Because you're supposed to say, I'm sorry. But I don't like saying I'm sorry, because I feel like I'm admitting I had something to do with it. And I had nothing to do with it. I wasn't in town. I have an alibi. I know I look like someone who had something to do with it, but I did not. I'm getting typecast at the funeral. I didn't. So instead, you're supposed to say, if there's anything I can do, anything you can do? Can you raise the dead? Because if you can't, then no, there's nothing you can do. We're all set with the bagels. So instead, I try to say nothing at a funeral and just go up to the bereaved and make funeral face, which is very simple. Funeral face is just... But I end up overdoing it. I'm like... Which looks like I'm saying, yeah, he's dead. What are you going to do? He's dead, and we're here. He's dead, and I'm going to go get a bagel. Can I bring you one? Everybody's got an opinion these days. There's a deli guy in my neighborhood. Whatever I order, he's got to say something. The other morning, I ordered an everything bagel with nothing on it. He said, we don't serve paradoxes. I said, well, that sounds like discrimination. This Ukraine story is really upsetting me, because I don't know what to think. Because you listen in the news, and it's the Ukraine, and then you listen again, and it's Ukraine. Is there a the or not? I don't know. So I asked someone I know who's from there, and she said, there's no the. In fact, if you put in the, it's an insult. I grew up in the Bronx. And if you leave out the, that's an insult. Nobody says, I come visit you in Bronx. Well, some people say that. I come visit you in Bronx. They're from Ukraine. The child separation policy is also, what an atrocity. But I feel like my parents would have handled it all right. At the border, they would have been like, yeah, can you just take him for the weekend? He's been kvetching since Cancun. My parents were religious, but I was an atheist. Yet they sent me to a religious school. So I got into a lot of fights. Or as I called them, pogroms. They ended up taking me out of that school. Actually, I got thrown out. I'll tell you what happened. We went on a class trip to see the play of The Diary of Anne Frank. And at one point in the play, one of the characters goes, shh, I think I hear the Nazis downstairs. Everybody gets really quiet. The audience gets quiet. And I yelled, check behind the bookcase! The bookcase! Those Nazis in Charlottesville were chanting, Jews will not replace us. Jews will not replace us. That sounds like a chant I would have heard from all of the appliances in my parents' kitchen. Especially that dishwasher. KKK is a terrible organization and a terrible abbreviation. Ku Klux Klan, 3 syllables. KKK, 3 syllables. It gets you nowhere. What do they think? AA, that's a great abbreviation. Alcoholics Anonymous, 8 syllables. AA2, that's a 4-to-1 abbreviation ratio. Solid. Worst abbreviation ever. WWW. World Wide Web, 3 syllables. WWW. That's 9 syllables. That's a negative 3-to-1 abbreviation ratio. Think of all the time you wasted saying that. There needs to be a shorter word for abbreviation. I was trying to think if there's like a really bad organization with a really great abbreviation, and I figured it out. ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, 10 syllables. ICE, 1, that's a 10 to 1, world class. And when I was figuring out, I was counting the syllables. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That's the Mexican hat dance. Ironic. Last Christmas Eve, I was in a liquor store, and a guy comes up to me and he says, "What are you?" I knew what he was getting at. I knew exactly what he was getting at, so I said, "I'm a Jew." And he said, "You're an arrogant people." I said, "We're not arrogant. We're opinionated." And then he said, "Well, you're pedantic." I said, "We're not pedantic, we're didactic." And anyway, I'm an atheist. And he said, "You're not atheist, you're agnostic. Because how can you know that God doesn't exist?" I said, "Oh, how can I know? I just know. Because I'm arrogant." My girlfriend's also an atheist, but she says she wants to convert to Judaism so we can both deny the existence of the same God. Jewish atheist is easy. One God, deny him, you're done. Boom, you're an atheist. Catholic atheist, that's tougher because of the Trinity. Deny, deny, deny. Like the president. We have a friend who's a Hindu atheist. That's a full-time job. I have another friend who's a Buddhist monk, and he said, "I'm coming to town. Can I stay with you? I'm coming to give a lecture on the bardo." I said, "Yeah, for sure. That's great. What's the bardo?" He said, "That's the state you dwell in when your life is over, but before you're completely dead." I said, "Oh, you mean Florida?" In his school of Buddhism, they do a ton of meditation. And their meditations, they just stare at the wall, like all day. Stare at the wall. No chanting, no nothing. And I tried it, and I was able to do it. I said to him, I was able to do like 6 hours. He said, "Wow, which wall were you staring at? That one?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, the one with the flat screen TV." Turns out I wasn't meditating. I was just binge watching seasons 1 through 15 of Top Chef. So it turns out after all of that meditation, you come to the realization that the self is an illusion. There is no self. There's no self. So now when I go out to eat alone, I ask for a table for none. They say, give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Not if he's vegan. Give a vegan a fish, he'll give you a lecture. And they say, teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime. Fish for a lifetime? You never heard of mercury? I'm vegan because I feel bad for the animals, especially the ones that become side dishes. Side of bacon. He gave his life. He's not even a main course. I don't like those pictures on the side of meat trucks because the animals always look really happy. It's like a pig in a hat with a cane. He's going out on the town. He looks thrilled. It's misleading. I say have a picture, fine, but make it a little more realistic. The pig should be like, yeah, what are you going to do? Funeral face. Yeah. I'm not proselytizing. I'm not trying to convert the carnivores. My feeling is, here's my genuine feeling about it. If you're one of those few people who can look an animal in the eye, develop a rapport with it, and then kill it and eat it, you should eat meat. I feel that way about other stuff too. Like if you're one of those few people who can look a kid in the eye and say, Toby, you're a nice kid, but I have a lot of student debt and a mortgage with a balloon payment, so I'm listing you on eBay. Then do what you need to do with that realization. At least you're being honest. My girlfriend's also vegan, but we have a cheat day. On Wednesdays, we sleep around. I wasn't always vegan, but I was always latent vegan. So like back in the 90s, I went to Peter Luger. And I said to the waiter, I don't want to see any blood. He said, then you should take a cab home because the subway around here is rough. So I said, all right, just bring it well done. A guy at the next table says, did he just say well done? Bring it well done? If you don't know how to order steak, don't come to Peter Luger. This is one of the things I prefer about being vegan. You never hear, if you don't know how to order squash, don't come to Vegan Village. My grandfather always used to say, whatever you do, don't overdo it. He lived to 103, the hypocrite. On the subject of Jewish longevity, Bernie, I did some math, so 2019 campaign, 2020 election, 2021 inauguration, he'd be 198. But I think it would be nice to have a president who really knows American history because he's lived through the whole thing. I have a big idea for him that's going to get him into the White House, if he takes my advice. He needs to release a Christmas album. A very Bernie Christmas. Track 1. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer had a very shiny nose. If he had access to health care paid for by the federal government, he could have had that looked at when it was only mildly shiny. Nip that shiny nose in the bud. Shiny nose is a pre-existing condition. Track 2. Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus. Right down Santa Claus Lane. Santa Claus Lane is infrastructure paid for by the federal government. No federal government, no Santa Claus Lane. You know what you get for Christmas? Bupkis. Track 3. Don't worry, there's only 18 tracks. And they all contain the word bupkis. Which is not easy because nothing rhymes with bupkis. Track 3. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Dream on. With global warming and environmental degradation, it's going to be a wintry mix at best. Start dreaming of a slushy Christmas. Bonus track. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. That's a hazardous workplace condition, which is why we need strong unions and collective bargaining. I know about bargaining. You've heard of Filene's basement? Filene was my aunt on my mother's side, and that was our basement. A Very Bernie Christmas, available on iTunes and streaming everywhere. And if you're streaming everywhere, I have a fantastic urologist. And if we had Medicare for all, you could afford to see him. Last Christmas, there was a big scandal about that duet. Baby, It's Cold Outside. Yeah. Because post Me Too, it's just creepy. They had to ban it. But if it was Bernie on that track, it wouldn't have been banned. Baby, it's cold outside. It's also kind of nippy in here because I keep the thermostat at 58. So keep your sweater on. It's just less creepy. But for me, there's a way creepier Christmas song. Yeah. Santa Claus is coming to town. Because of that one line. He sees you when you're sleeping. Why does he see me when I'm sleeping? He sees you when you're sleeping. That's the perfect title for a horror movie. And the lyrics are like, you better watch out, you better not shout. Why am I going to shout? Santa planning an assault? And then the rest of the lyrics are, you better do this, you better do that, you better not do this, you better do... He's a control freak. He's watching me sleep. He's grooming me with gifts. He wears that robe. It doesn't sound like Santa Claus is coming to town. It sounds like Harvey Weinstein is coming to town. Another religious song that really bothers me. He's got the whole world in his hand. What's he doing with the other hand? Pop singers are always bragging in their lyrics about how they're going to make love to you till the break of dawn. Oh, yeah, baby, get ready. I'm about to make love till the break. It's always till the break of dawn. I'm not making love to anybody till the break of dawn. I'll make love to till the break of 9:45 p.m. Then I got to get to sleep. Who are these guys? Here's my pop song. Oh, yeah, baby. Get ready, it's about to happen. I'm about to get 9 solid hours of sleep. Uninterrupted. REM. And then I'm gonna wake up, brush my teeth, and make love to you at the break of dawn. Not till, let me be perfectly clear, so there's no misunderstanding. At, not till. Okay. I did the New York Marathon a couple years ago, and what I learned is that it takes more than endurance. It takes faith. Faith that the guy from Kenya in the front knows where the hell he's going. He takes a wrong turn in the Bronx. 50,000 of us follow him straight to Yonkers. The crowds in New York, extremely encouraging, but I didn't really appreciate all of their comments. One guy was like, "Don't quit." I said, "Well, that's kind of insulting in mile 2. The marathon's like a night of binge drinking. It starts off rowdy and fun. 2 hours into it, I'm doubled over making deals with God. Get me through this. I swear I'll never do it again. When I run, it looks kind of like a Hezbollah highlight reel. So I race walk, which looks like I'm trying to catch up to the Pride Parade. I did the Ironman triathlon also, and I finished an hour faster than I expected. Yeah. Yeah, I finished an hour faster than I expected, just like the first time I had sex. The Ironman, it cost me $500 plus airfare. Also like the first time I had sex. My goals with the Ironman were identical to my lovemaking goals. Finish. Doesn't have to be pretty. Don't sprain anything. Do whatever it takes. Slow down, change position, stop for a meal. And my number one lovemaking goal and triathlon goal, when I finish, I want to hear someone say, "Ethan Herschenfeld, you are an Iron Man." My girlfriend refuses. When I told my friends I was training for the Ironman, one of them said to me, "Really, you? A Jew? What does he think, there's a separate triathlon for my people? The Jew-athlon? The Hebathon?" And what would that be anyway? Instead of swim, bike, run, it's fill a tooth, file a lawsuit, send back a meal because the soup's not hot. It's not called the Iron Man, it's called the Silver Man. If it goes well, you train for the big one, the Goldman. Also 3 events extremely challenging for my people. Event 1, keep an opinion to yourself. Almost impossible. Event 2, walk on water. Difficult, but one of us has done it. Event 3, send back the soup again because it's still not hot. What the hell's going on in that kitchen? Get the owner. Get the owner. Gentiles ask for the manager, maybe. Jews summon the owner, which has biblical origins. Yeah. Old Testament, we talk straight to God. The owner. He built the place. New Testament, they talk to the Son. He's basically the manager. He can get you some free bread, a little wine, maybe some fish, but he can't comp the meal. I did a charity bowling event for women's reproductive rights. It was called the New York Abortion Access Funds Bowl-a-thon for the National Association of Abortion Access Funds. The name is way too long and makes fundraising very difficult. So I met with the board and I explained to them, you need a punchier name. We got to shorten that up. So they said, okay, what are your ideas? I said, okay, bowling for abortions. They said no. Abortathon. No. Bowl abort. No. Down the bowl. No. They're just... No. So then I went to my team captain. I said, our team was named after the landmark Supreme Court case. We were called Row, Row, Row Your Bowling Ball. I said, okay, that's cute, but we need something edgier. And I explained to her, we need something edgier so we can compete. And I suggest back alley bowlers. And yeah. No, I got no's all around. It turns out mansplaining is not welcome at the New York Abortion Access Fund Bowl-a-thon for the, yeah. So. There's a documentary about a ship that sails to countries where abortion is illegal. And it anchors offshore to provide services to the women who live there. And I think it's extremely important. So I'm optioning the story to make a feature film. And I have a title that I think is going to really make it a blockbuster. All aboard. I picture it as kind of like a Hollywood musical from the 50s. So that's it. There are 2 types of people. The type of people who believe there are 2 types of people, and the rest of us who realize that's ridiculous. People outside of New York, they're sometimes confused. Why are we so serious about gun control here? If they visited New York, they'd understand. Because you land at JFK Airport, John F. Kennedy, shot. You go over the RFK Bridge, Bobby Kennedy, shot. You go through the Lincoln Tunnel, Abraham Lincoln, shot. You go across 125th Street to Lenox Avenue, also known as Martin Luther King Boulevard and Malcolm X Boulevard, the corner of shot and shot. It's a relief to get somewhere like the Verrazzano Bridge. Giovanni da Verrazzano, eaten by cannibals. I don't like hearing people say, I'm a proud gun owner. What are you proud of? You didn't invent it, you bought it. I mean, I like my Volvo wagon, but I'm not proud of it. Maybe that's because it's a lease. So before I was an actor, I was an opera singer for a while, and people used to say to me, "Oh, opera singer, like Phantom of the Opera." No, not like fabulous. These are the same people who think Swan Lake is a lake. People would say to me, how do you sing opera? And I would quote Pavarotti. And Pavarotti, I saw him once in an interview, he said, you just yell very loud, and then you make it beautiful. Or in my case, you just yell very loud. I used to tutor for a living, and I had a student at the time, and he said, oh, you sing opera like paparazzi. I said, you need more tutoring. Tell you one other tutoring story. This was the low point in my tutoring. There was one kid who was very smart, and we would play this game where you turn cards over and you have to find the pair and then define it to get the pair of words. It's called concentration. And I said to him, you are. He would beat me. He beat me every time. And I said to him, you are so good at concentration. You should go to concentration camp. And then I said, please don't tell your parents I said that. Please. So, I got to do some really fun jobs as an opera singer. I got to sing in the opera Brokeback Mountain. Yeah, they turned Brokeback Mountain into an opera. Apparently the movie wasn't gay enough. I got hired by the Metropolitan Opera, which was a dream come true, but as an understudy. So they were paying me to not sing, which as a singer could be taken as an insult. But they were paying me better to not sing than I usually got paid to sing, so I was happy to not sing. And the Metropolitan Opera, the most prestigious place on the planet to not sing. Early in my career, I used to not get paid to sing, then I got paid to sing, and now I was getting paid to not sing. So the only remaining permutation would be for me to not get paid to not sing, which is what I currently do. So as a singer, I've done it all. The last opera I sang in was The Marriage of Figaro, a contemporary version. So they updated all the characters. So in the original, my character's a doctor. And in this version, they made me an Armenian mobster. Ethnic thug, I can't escape it. So I said, you know what? I can't escape it, I'm gonna embrace it. I'm gonna write an operatic vehicle for myself, where I'm an ethnic thug, carrying the whole show. And I thought it has to be a character with enough charisma to do that, and who has worldwide name recognition, and who kind of looks like me. So here it is, I'll give you a taste of it. Bin Laden, an opera in 3 terrorist acts. Okay, this is the final scene. I'll set the scene for you. Bin Laden in bed in his bedroom in Abbottabad. Abbottabad, where they call him. Bin Laden in bed in his bedroom in Abbottabad. Beside his beautiful but bitchy bride, Bashira. She's a bit bitchy because he brought her back blindfolded from Baghdad, which is a bit brutal, but he's Bin Laden, what do you expect? So Bin Laden in his bed in his bedroom in Abbottabad. Bin Laden in bed in his bedroom in Abbottabad. A wop baba loo baba wop bamboo. He wakes. Honey, someone's on the roof. What's that red dot on my chest? And they shoot him dead. End of the opera. There it is. But then I was thinking, hold on a second. If I'm writing this thing, he doesn't have to be an ethnic thug. I can write a vehicle for myself where he's the good guy. He's the hero. So I was thinking, how am I going to make a real hit? So I thought, okay, Hamilton. American history meets hip-hop. I thought, okay, I'm going to take an academic subject that I really loved. Instead of American history, geometry. Because I really loved math. I mean, I loved math a lot. You know, a lot of people, they donate their body to science. I'm donating my body to math. Anyway, so geometry. And then in a style of music that really speaks to me. Instead of hip-hop, contemporary opera. So here it is. The Act 1 finale of Pythagoras. The light bulb moment when he discovers his theorem. The sum of the square of the short side of a right triangle. I know the tune is a lot like the Bin Laden thing, but I'm not much of a tune. I'm not a tunesmith. I'm the books and lyrics guy. So just, I know that. I know that. The sum of the square of the short side of a right triangle plus the square of the length of the perpendicular side. If you know it, sing along. Is equal to the square of the length of the longest side, also known as the hypotenuse. All right, I smell a Tony. I smell a Tony. All right, guys, thank you very much. You've been a fantastic audience. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and good night.
Hello. Hey. Hello. How you guys doing? Yeah, I'm also hooray. That's how I feel. I feel very hooray today. Thank you very much for coming out to this recording. My name is Pierre Novellie. If you've not seen me before, just clear that up straight away. Do a bit of admin up top. Pierre, French, Novellie, Italian. I have a French-Italian name because I am South African. So, yes. From Johannesburg, if you know South Africa at all. I'm from the crime one. Easiest way to explain it. I'm not from the holiday one, or the surfing one, or the safari one. I'm from the crime one, where the crime is. I'm from the part of South Africa where you're the most likely to bump into Louis Theroux. And it's never good to see him nosing around. Like if you move to a new neighborhood and on day one you look out of your living room window and Louis is out there filming, you shit yourself, wouldn't you? You go, Jesus, what did the estate agent forget to mention about my neighbors, you know? You think, fingers crossed, Mormons or swingers? Those are the only nice people he chats to, I think. And either way, you're just dealing with a case of very friendly neighbors, right? That's fine. Few leaflets through the door kind of thing. That's okay. I heard a story once. Well, actually, I've heard it a few times, so I don't know if it's like a popular urban myth or if it's a real phenomenon, but I've heard this quite a few times, 3 or 4. When an old folks' home gets a cat, right, like a pet cat for the whole old folks' home, apparently there's this thing that can happen where the cat will start to sleep on the bed of the next resident to depart. And so the cat sort of can somehow sense who's next to go and will select that bed to sleep on, like a sort of omen of doom. And that's Louis Theroux, isn't it? But for where you live. That's how I see him. I did not grow up in Johannesburg. That's one of the reasons that I grew up. There were other reasons. Food and shelter and everything else was a big part of it, but statistically just it helps to not be there. Just overall. We moved to the Isle of Man when I was quite young, because why not? Why not add another layer to this diverse and yet completely white cake? Why not? Oh, if you've seen me before, by the way, obviously you'll already have known all that bio stuff, but you'll be thinking, well, why aren't you dressed like you normally are? When I gig, I subscribe normally to the Steve Martin School of Entertainment, which holds that the performer should be the best dressed person in the room. And normally I wear black leather shoes, black suit trousers, a crisp white shirt, and a red velvet jacket. And the reason I'm not wearing any of those things now is I have become too fat. So, too fat for the nice things. None for you, too fat. It's the trousers that are the problem, to be honest. The shirt I can just about stretch over my hairy belly, but the trousers are bad. And they fit so badly that I was trying them on in my flat, in my bedroom, on my own. They wedged at like the knee. That's how badly they fit. And out loud on my own, I went, "What?" It was bad. It was bad. And I thought, I'm gonna have to get some emergency trousers. I've got shows. And so I went on to Marks and Spencer's online. Treat yourself. Rishi Sunak's paying. Why not treat myself if Rishi's picking up the bill? While I was ordering my emergency trousers, I did think to myself, you know what, Pierre? Maybe it's time to accept that these aren't your emergency trousers. These are just your new trousers. And then they arrived, and they were too small. So, mistakes have been made. Made and repeated. Some of you might be thinking, you don't look like big, like madly big or anything. Like I wouldn't think, necessarily. I'm so heavy. I'm a heavy boy. I'm dense like lead, like a dying star. I weigh like 2 stone, 12 kilos more than most rugby internationals. And with them, it's strength, isn't it? Whereas with me, it's egg fried rice, I think, is the name. I'm so heavy. And the reason that I don't necessarily look as extreme as that is because when I get fatter, when I gain weight evenly over my whole body at once. And which I know is not how you people do it. You all seem to get fat in one place at a time, and you have my sympathies, because you get fat, chin, then belly, then left bum cheek, then right bum cheek, whatever it is. It's not how I operate. When I get fat, it's evenly all over. Imagine someone slowly just siphoning butter into a wetsuit. Just a sort of almost imperceptible increasing girth over time, over the whole form, till your shoes are tight. I got this way because I followed some advice, and it was very, very bad advice. And it's advice that mostly women get. But I thought, what's good for the goose, I thought I'll give this a go. It's lady advice, but I'll try it out for me. And the advice is, listen to your body. Which you must never, ever do. Your body is your second worst enemy after your mind. Your mind and your body want only what is worst for you in this world, and they are not to be trusted. And it's all very well, the kind of women who give out this advice, listen to your body. You see that on Instagram. It's a lady scratching the back of her head with her big toe. In front of a sunset somewhere. And then in cursive it says, listen to your body. And you think, very well for you. When you listen to your body, it says things like, oh, salad is pudding. When I listen to my body, it says, why aren't you eating KFC? And I don't have a riposte. It's a good point. I go say, fair enough, when I go and I eat some. Because I don't have a counter-argument to that. I don't have a good reason. Also, when it speaks to me, it's like the voice from the One Ring, like Lord of the Rings. Scotty, eat some chicken. Do it. Is that normal? I hope so. Listen to your body is terrible advice. You wouldn't say that to a heroin addict, would you? What does your body want? Heroin, to be honest. I'm a heroin addict. Stupid fucking advice. Terrible advice. Trouble is, I use food as a reward. That's what I do. I'm an emotional eater and I reward myself with food. So I say to myself, for example, well, I've had a very good day. I've got a lot done. I sent that email. Practically Bill Gates. I should reward myself with some sort of enormous takeaway meal. Or, it's been a pretty bad day. It's been a tough day. But I've survived. And why not celebrate that fact with some sort of enormous takeaway meal? Or, if you had a normal day, Just a normal day, boring day. Not a lot's really happened. Why not spice things up? With some sort of enormous takeaway meal. Only those 3 types of day, though. One must have rules. You've got to have rules in this life. It's KFC, by the way, that's done a lot of this damage. When I was a young heavy boy, it was pizza. Pizza was my thing, and now it's become fried chicken of all stripes, but particularly KFC. The Colonel's a military man, and he has me surrounded. I can't compete with that training. I assume he was in Nam. The Colonel's a master tactician, and he knows exactly how to get me. The genius of the Colonel, and it is genius, is in his marketing, his strategy and his marketing. Because what I get from KFC when I go there is a mighty bucket for one, which is a repulsive phrase, but that's the Colonel's power. He's so good, he can make this guy awful phrases sound appetizing, like boneless banquet. You can get one of those. Horrible medieval banquet where no one's got any bones. But the Colonel makes it work. Mighty bucket for one. The genius lies in the word mighty. Because the Colonel, in his wisdom, knows that not even someone as emotionally dependent on his chicken as me is willing to walk into a KFC on my own, probably late at night, walk up to the cashier, and when the cashier says, "How can I help you, sir?" even I, then, in that moment, I'm not willing to say, "Bucket for one, please." Bucket for one. Do you mean family bucket, sir? So you can share the lovely chicken with your family? I have no family. Bucket for one. We have lots of box meals and sandwiches you could enjoy? No. I still want enough chicken to necessitate a bucket. But not so much that only 2 or more people could handle it. I want it to be in a bucket because I'm a hog. A lonely hog. And I'd like to eat like one. Bucket for one, please. You'd kill yourself, wouldn't you, the next day? Chuck the word mighty in there. Oh, now you're in the Avengers, aren't you? You're a superhero now. Oh, a mighty bucket. Oh, I'm feeling quite mighty myself. My power is I can eat chicken till I feel like I have the flu. Till I have a sweat in my lower back. Mightier with every bite. All I want, if I listen to my body, all I want is to eat chicken 3 times a day and die at 47. That's what I want. I won't do it, if only to save the NHS the hassle. But it's what I want. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't what I'm being told to do. All the whispering. It's absolutely what I'm being told constantly. Eat it, eat it. So, that's what I want. I won't do it, but it's what I want. What I want is to eat chicken 3 times a day, every day, till I die at 47. And then when I get cremated, right, I want my corpse to be so suffused with chicken grease that when they cremate me, they do it for free. I want the crematorium staff to come out to meet my family and say, "We've never seen a guy go up like that. He had a blue flame. We used him to do the next guy. We owe you money now, I think. We've just done the first green cremation, technically. That's what I want. I got so heavy, I killed a chair with my ass. I killed a chair, I murdered it, it died. I killed it. It turns out chairs have a maximum weight. I didn't know that. It's in the manual. Chairs come with small print, it turns out. You think something relatively simple like a chair would not have a sort of trap element. Also, I don't read the manual when I buy a chair. Not to sound arrogant. But when it comes to sitting in chairs, I do rather feel like I've been to the University of Life. And I was wrong, it was hubris. Because there is a little warning in there that says, beware. If you weigh 100 kilograms or more, and I weigh a lot more than that, dense boy. If you weigh 100 kilograms or more, beware. The IKEA Herschenfeld chair, or whatever it is not equipped for someone of your sheer density, and you're taking your life into your own hands. And that's why it died. I was on quite an important Zoom call, to be honest, actually. And while I was on this Zoom call, the chair was in the elevated position, right? Like that, with a little paddle there. And it died under me. It died under me like an elderly lover. And because the shaft of the chair is full of air, right? That's what elevates the chair, and you pull the paddle and it goes tss, and you can adjust it. It meant that the air all escaped at once because it collapsed. And that meant that there was like an actual death gasp. As my head fell out of sight. And everyone on the Zoom call was like, Pierre, have you shut your laptop? My chair was dead, and I had to get a new chair, and this was in lockdown, so I had to just get a chair for big fuckers. But I don't know where to get that from in even normal times, so I was just like, well, it's gonna have to be Amazon, you know? But what do you search to find a chair for big fuckers? You have to type in the keywords to Amazon. You go on Amazon, you go, heavy, chair, KFC, regret. Search. And this chair comes up, and I bought it. It's this thing. Oh, I bought it. This thing, first of all, there's not an Allen key to be found. All drill. This thing's got fucking rivets. It's the sturdiest thing I own. It's like a tank. It's like all metal parts. It's astonishing. 2 opera singers could fuck on this chair. Nothing would happen. It's just like... wouldn't even move. It's incredible. I think it's the most valuable thing I own now. Like, giant metal chair. Oh, it's been a very boring apocalypse, to be honest with you. It's been very dull. I thought that I would do quite well in an apocalypse, like I think a lot of men do. But the reason I thought I'd be all right is I thought, well, I like camping, I can read maps, I can do orienteering, you know, I can do first aid, I'm familiar with most firearms, if only from childhood. You never forget. You never forget. And so I thought, the apocalypse, I'm not, you know, massively looking forward to it, but I reckon I could do all right. What I'm saying is, I thought that it would be an outdoors apocalypse. I really would never have thought that you can have an entirely indoor apocalypse. What I wanted in my head was me standing on the roof of an abandoned petrol station, firing a shotgun into the air to scatter a group of wasteland raiders. Mad Max, you know. Not fucking, happy birthday to you. It was pathetic. Can't get any sympathy for that, can you? I wanted it to be much worse, and I wanted that for all of us. I mean that, and I mean it in a nice way. I thought it could have been our World War II. It could have been our Blitz. It could have been bad enough that it would have given us something to dangle over the heads of our children and grandchildren for the next 7 generations. It would have left a stain on politics for 100 years, just like World War II has in the Blitz. Because in the UK, if you were even nearly involved in World War II, you are just untouchable. You have like infinite respect and credit, right? And that could have been us. Look at what the World War II generation got, because they could all stand up and say, well, we did our part, time to cough up. All that free housing, the NHS even existing. 40 to 50 years of constant prosperity, free uni, you name it. Blank check for the World War II guys. That could have been us, but it wasn't bad enough. It wasn't bad enough. It was bad, but it wasn't that bad. It wasn't World War II bad, and that's what I wanted. And I'm annoyed because my cousins in South Africa, their lockdown, it was. Now they've fucking got that over me. Every Christmas they're gonna be giving it this. Because in South Africa, if you don't know, a lockdown was enforced by the army. There were tanks on traffic intersections. The army went around fucking people up and forcibly shutting down shops that shouldn't have been open. They banned all alcohol and tobacco sales for a total of 6 months over 4 different periods. Yeah. Pierre, didn't prohibition naturally lead to an explosion in organized crime? Yeah. Wasn't there already quite a big organized crime problem? Yeah. Didn't that mean that the organized crime and the police and the army formed a kind of triangle? Yeah. Then they've got that now, so what am I going to say to them? Yeah, well, things might have been bad in South Africa, but have some sympathy for me. I got fat. A little bit of respect wouldn't go amiss. Can't say that to someone from Africa. It's hard having too much food. It doesn't really scan as a problem. 50 years from now, 40 years from now, it's Christmas time, got all the grandkids running around, and they say, oh, Grandpapa, oh, you were in the great lockdown. Oh, what was it like? Please tell us. We're doing a big project at school. Please, you were there. What was it like? And I'll say, no, I don't. No, please. And I'll go, oh, very well. Gather around my enormous chair. I'll go around. Still going strong after all these years. A few patches of rust where I've knocked over dip or something, but still going strong. Gather around the chair. They all gather around and they say, what was it like? And I go, oh, it was hard. I wouldn't wish it on any of you, no. It was tough. You see, normally, children, in those days, we had things called offices, and we had to spend the entire day trapped in them. And in order to get there to be trapped for the whole day, we had to do a thing called a commute, where we were trapped in a train, bus, or car. Now, those things formed vital barriers between us and the endless mountains of delicious food. But without those vital barriers in place, there was no reason not to just eat the delicious food constantly all day. Oh, it was difficult. And they say, gosh, that must have been tough, Grandpapa. All that cooking? No, there was no cooking. Not after the first month. No, we would have delicious food from restaurants, children. That's what we would eat. Still, though, Grandpapa, it must have been dangerous to walk to a local restaurant to pick up the food and thus risk the virus. No, it was all takeaway, no. No, it was takeaway. What would happen is a little man on a bicycle from a country that I can't find on a map would bicycle it to my mouth. Right in here. Still, Grandpapa, it must have been tough to answer the door and look that man in the eye, knowing what you've made him risk. No, contact-free delivery, no. It was actually sort of illegal for me to look him in the eye. By the time I opened the door, he'd better be gone, actually. And the delicious food in a neat pile on the mat, like an elf did it. And we had to get drunk in the living room, where it was cheaper. I wouldn't wish it on any of you, no. But that can't have been it, Grandpa. There must have been a point where the government said that we need every man, woman, and child to play their part, to step up and help the great effort against this horrible enemy. They must have put out some sort of call or national service. Oh, yes. The government blew the bugle, and we answered. Oh, yes, we played our role. The government decided that none of us were nearly fat or drunk enough. So they offered to pay for half. The actual government offered to pay for half of all the delicious food during the most glorious 3 summer months of our lives. I saw things I can't remove from my mind. Things I hope you children never see. 4 starters a person. People ordering cream spinach just as a laugh. You wouldn't have lasted a minute. All those months of lockdown, and I never broke. I never broke. I held firm. I never once even tried to make a vegan meal. Never even tried. And I could have. I have lentils, not to boast. Didn't do it once, never broke. Constant stream of meat. Never broke, never broke. I have a lot of vegan friends. It's a big thing in comedy. A lot of comedians are vegan. And I admire it. I admire the hell out of it because it seems incredibly difficult. And I just don't have that strength. I don't have that discipline. I talk to them and I say, what did you have for breakfast? You know, your daily life? And they go, well, I had an omelet. And I'll be like, well, no, you didn't. Those have eggs in, don't they? What did you really have? And they say, well, I had a vegan omelet. And I go, yeah, but what's it made from? Ghosts? What is it? Come on. If it's not made from egg, there's not much left of an omelet, is there? Just some loose peppers. And they go, no, well, okay, so what you've got to do if you want to make a kind of vegan egg white substitute, you've got to get like a tin of chickpeas, and you need to open it, and you've got to drain the water from the chickpeas and separate it out. And already I've quit. I've quit veganism, and I've bought an egg. I've just gone out and I've bought an egg. And I buy nice eggs. I'm not a dick about it. I buy the nice eggs where the chickens run around, they go to uni, whatever. I get the nice ones. And I don't have to. I could live high on the hog with the kind of egg access I have. 30 eggs in a massive catering tray for £2.10. Yeah, those are not happy eggs. Those are some sad eggs. The thing that made those eggs is no longer visibly a bird, is it? It's just 2 drumsticks and an anus, just woo! Just firing them out. Like some kind of awful reverse Pac-Man. I don't think we're ever going to stop eating chicken. They say the future's vegan, and I guess we could all cut out beef and lamb and whatever, but chicken is just, it's too good. It's too good. And I don't mean that just in terms of taste. I mean as efficiency as a food source. It's incredibly efficient. Like if you were a farmer and you'd never heard of a chicken, and I explained one to you, you'd think I was fucking lying. It's that good. You'd be like, this cannot be a real animal. Like, if you'd never heard of one, and let's say, like, I got sent round by, like, the Department for Agriculture, and I was like, you should really consider raising chickens. You go, what's a chicken? I go, well, it's a football made of meat. It's a meat football, and it lives in the garden. They'd be like, right, it's a meat football, it lives in the garden. Yeah. Sorry, there's quite a big thing that I forgot to mention. Once a day, the meat football will shit out bonus food. Every day for free. And the bonus food it shits out is one of the best foods in the world. On its own, it's delicious, salt and pepper. Mix it with flour, have a birthday cake, whatever you want. It's very flexible. Glaze a bun, it doesn't matter. It's high in protein, it's high in good cholesterol, it's high in vitamin B12. It's practically a superfood. And the farmer would be like, what, it comes out and I just scrape it off the farmyard floor? No, it comes in a packet. Yeah. Just arrives in a packet. You'd be like, there's no fucking way. You'd be looking for the catch. That's what I would be doing if I was that farmer. I'd be like, there's always a catch. There's no such thing as a free lunch. What's the catch here? This thing's laying eggs. What is it, like a lizard, a bird? No, it's a bird. Well, there you go. It's just gonna fly away. No, I don't think that'll be a problem. What does it just not have wings? No, it has wings, but they're not so much an escape mechanism as a starter. That's how fucked this animal is. We've bred it for food to the point where its main anti-predation device is just another reason to eat it. It's incredible. We used to realize there's got to be a catch. With cows and pigs, it's the amount you have to feed them to get them up to weight, right? That's the amount. That's the real expense with cows and pigs. So the farmer would be like, well, what do these things eat? These miracle animals, chickens. What do these things eat? The floor? They seem to eat the floor. Got any floor on your farm? Hope so. Anyone do any lockdown dating? Room full of liars? That's okay. That's fine. No one went on a horrible date in a park? Like some virginal Edwardian? Come, we will take a turn about the rose garden. Discuss your father's affairs. I went on a few park dates in lockdown. It was fun. It was like trying to have sex with a Cold War spy. We'll meet in the park, but we must sit on opposite ends of the bench. If anyone asks, we live together. And there were some nice, like, sort of 1984 dystopian elements to it as well, because it was all illegal. You could think to yourself, yes, they're attractive, but are they attractive enough to risk the disease? What if they have the disease and my telephone can sense it? They'll lock me away. It's great, a horrible futuristic dystopian movie we all lived in there. I managed to snag, if you remember that window where Rishi Sunak tried to get us all to go get COVID, it does in hindsight look a lot like a murder attempt. Yes, if they're all fat, it'll be even harder for them to recover. Yes, food. Another 10% off the meal if you cough in each other's mouths. Go. I managed to snag myself a girlfriend in the Rishi window. And it was, and thank God, it was a real win for me, because at the time, my job was illegal, and I was at my very fattest, so I was literally like an overweight, unemployed clown. So she's really bought Bitcoin at the dip, I hope that's not another dip like that. See if it pays off. No, I managed to get my girlfriend pre-cat. I'm allergic to cats, that's why that matters, by the way. I turned 30 in lockdown 1, and I was worried about dating in my 30s, because I'm allergic to cats. Once you switch the age range to 30 plus on the apps, every second person's got a picture of their fucking cat. And the caption is like, don't swipe yes if you don't get along with my son. My girlfriend is a real person, by the way. I know, thank you. I'm pleased too. What I mean by that is she has a real job in the real world. So that's what anyone who doesn't work in comedy, I call a real person, because people who work in comedy are mentally ill babies. So, good luck to her. Good luck to her, that's what I say. So she's a real person, like I imagine many of you are, which means she has a job that has things like, a salary and consequences. So, her friends are real people too, and when we all hang out, they talk about real people stuff from their jobs, and I have no idea what's happening, because I've done this for years, and I'm so divorced from, like, a job in an office that, like, I don't even know the nouns they're using. It's like being 4. They're talking about, like, well, we've got to keep the kind of B2B tech synergy requirements front of mind for the upcoming webinar of the... It's all like LinkedIn style. I have no idea what's happening. But I'm, like, sort of sat there at the dinner table, and they're all talking like that, and I have nothing to contribute. So it's like they've let a 4-year-old sit at the grown-ups table. And I've just sat there like, chicken's interesting, isn't it, if you think about it? The eggs are free. They're so... So I have nothing to contribute. And I had a revelation where I was sat there and I was thinking like, wow, I really am a giant clown. And I had a revelation where I realized if this was a movie, right, if this scene I'm in right now was like in a film, my character would be played by Jack Black. That's me now. I'm the guy who's like, oh, can I pay my rent and guitar solos? I'm that guy now. And I'm gonna have to save a community center with some misfit teens. I'm not looking forward to it. That's what you have to do. All those movies where like the kind of fun, waster adult finds his responsible self through helping a bunch of misfit teens like save the community center or the music program or whatever's being threatened by evil principal or whatever. The thing I don't like about those films, and there are loads of them, is so they'll be like, oh no, evil guy's gonna shut down Good Thing for Kids. And if Good Things for Kids get shut down, oh, we'll have nothing. And it's gonna cost $10,000 to save it, right? And then they see a poster that says Battle of the Bands, grand prize $10,000. And they go, yeah, and they win it and they get $10,000. And the entire time that's happening, I'm sat there going, per annum. Per annum. Your $10,000 is at best a sticking plaster, Mr. Black, for the desultory finances of this music center. You better be able to win every year. I'm gonna have to get the auditors in here. KPMG, I don't know. Have a look at what's happened to these books of yours. Do I smell marijuana, Mr. Black? Realism, that's what I demand in my art. Endless, suffocating realism. I admire realism. I like it. I think it's an impressive thing to be able to pull off. Halloween, realistic costumes, they're the best. They have the most respect from me. No laziness on Halloween, thank you. Gentlemen, showing up in a dinner jacket and bow tie and pretending that you are James Bond, it will not do. Unless you show up with a pistol and PTSD, I do not. I'd better find you later in the party, showering in your clothes with another equally traumatized woman. Or being very good at poker, something like that. If you're a lady, sexy cats. No respect. No respect for the sexy cats. In fact, I've got a plan this year to undermine them. I'm going to come as a realistic cat. If only to give my girlfriend another chance to even have one. I'm coming as a realistic cat. I've got the costume almost worked out. The final thing I need to figure out is a way to ensure that you can always see my anus. Some sort of clamp. Like a splaying device, I suppose. It's harder than you think, because cats don't have bum cheeks, do they? No, they don't. They have a sort of panel with a bum hole in the middle. Hard to emulate that in a costume without help from Jim Henson's workshop. That would have been a horrible villain in Scooby-Doo, wouldn't it? Someone dressed like that. Thank God you're here, mystery gang. There's a giant realistic cat haunting the theme park. Oh, and you think it's a man? No, we know it's a man. We want you to get rid of him. He's got his anus out. Fred and Daphne would be like, no, the police should do this one. For once, the police can have one. This man is disturbed. What a dull show that was, Scooby-Doo. What an incredibly boring... As a child, I loved it, but looking back, it's the most boring show in the world. Every single episode of Scooby-Doo was about financial crime. Low-level financial misdemeanor. Oh no, but there was a guy dressed as Dracula. Yeah, but why was he dressed as Dracula? It was to scare away a board of investors. He was dressing as Dracula to devalue waterfront property. That's fraud. That's a financial crime, isn't it? All I'm saying is, does that not strike you as a phenomenally dry genre of crime for a children's cartoon? Like, I can see why they need the ghost bit. Just to spice things up, for God's sake. I mean, Hanna-Barbera must have had to have a meeting and gone, look, we've done a lot of test screenings, and children refuse to engage with our cartoon about a van of traveling auditors. They find it dull. We're gonna make one of the auditors a dog. The rest of them can be hippies. People, that's cool now. People like hippies. People always trust hippies with financial affairs. And the fraudster can be Dracula. Why would a fraudster be Dracula? I don't know, Stephen. I'm bringing solutions. Try to save the show. Hippies are creepy now, aren't they, really? They were fun for a long time, but they're creepy now. Like clowns, you know, there's a limit, isn't there? Clowns have been creepy for a while, though. I wonder how long it took for them to become upsetting. Because they must have been fun for a while, right? Had a honeymoon phase. There must have been a period where if you saw a clown, your first reaction sincerely would be to go, yes! Yes! It's one of the funnest men. It's one of the men who's only fun. Look, look, look. And then it would have, for a while, what was that, 20 years, 30 years, they started to go, oh, they're quite odd people, actually. And in their private lives, they're actually, they would have been shocking at the time. You would have said, hey, you see that guy who's a clown? Yeah. Actually, in his private life, he's quite sad and sort of troubled and odd. And it's quite serious, really, when he's not all done up, or when he's off stage. He's actually quite troubled. You go, what? No. Not the clown. He's one of the funnest men. Now, these days, if I said to you, you see that clown over there? Well, in his private life, he's actually quite weird and troubled, and he takes this all very seriously. He'd be like, yeah, I know what a clown is. Yeah, I know, it's a clown. He's weird. That's happened with hippies for a while. Hippies were oh, fun, and then Charles Manson, the ultimate creepy hippie. Charles Manson probably put the old nail in the coffin there. For the hippies. And in hindsight, it seems naive, doesn't it? That there was a point where someone had to say, hey, you guys know that big social movement where much older, more charismatic men, they take groups of very young women who've often run away from home and dropped out of school, and they take them in a big group, and they take them far away from where they live with no documentation or money or ID, and they have to go live in the wilderness, and he feeds them drugs. Well, there's been something untoward going on. People would have been like, "Aw." Charles Manson was the head of a fascist hippie death cult called the Manson family, and he convinced his followers that if they all went out and conducted a series of high-profile, brutal slayings of Hollywood celebrities, that would trigger a race war that destroyed the earth. And after that, the Manson family would rule the world. He was not clear on the details. He was an ideas man. A real blue sky thinker, Charles Manson. And they all did that. They did exactly what he said, and he went to jail for his whole life, as well he should. And then, mid-trial, Charles Manson got a big old swastika tattooed right fucking there. Right in the middle of his face. Big swastika. Which for me at that point is overkill. He doesn't need that as well, does he? Once your fascist hippie death cult has brutally slain a bunch of A-list celebrities in an attempt to bring about a race war that destroys the earth, we get it, Charles. You're unreasonable. Over-egging it a little here. I don't know if any of you caught the best thing about Charles Manson's forehead swastika. Mid-trial. Not while he was still walking around, and not once he was in prison to fit in with the lads. Mid-trial. Do you imagine being that lawyer? It's the most high-profile case for 40 years, and everyone in Hollywood hates you, and you're his defense attorney. And he's in pre-trial detention. Now, Charles, we've had the initial hearings. I think, if we're lucky, you didn't do any of the murders yourself. So it's just your followers. So if we're lucky, we can convince everyone it's all just a big misunderstanding. Just try not to do or say anything that could turn a jury against you. The next day, morning! Fuck! You're killing me here, Charles. Day 1 of law school, lesson 1. Try to make sure your client has as few swastikas on their face as possible. We're aiming for nil. It's difficult with that kind of stuff, isn't it? Because it's fun to hear about, but it's true crime. So it's real people's lives that you're being amused by. But equally, I don't know what my options are because I've become disillusioned with fictional crime. I used to love fictional crime, police procedurals, love them. But now, we've all become a little more disillusioned with the police over the last 2 years, it's fair to say. And so when they go, this detective is a loose cannon who doesn't play by the rules. It's like, oh, fire another one. Oh, fuck. Can't one of them play by the rules? You can't have a whole ship of loose cannons, that sounds incredibly dangerous. It's a cannon, it shouldn't be loose ever, should it? Rolling around, exploding on stuff. You've got to get to the point where the police procedural is going to be, he's a detective who is aware of human rights. You go, wow. Wow. And it's set in America, wow. Who knew it was even possible? And you get disillusioned with a lot of stuff about, like, the whole idea of prison. I think, like, Charles Manson, Yorkshire Ripper, a certain level of person who's dangerous, they should be in jail, poke their brain for science until they die. Fine. But what I'm talking about here is what I call the little scrote category. Little scrotes. Fights in nightclub, low-level weed dealing, phone-snatching little scrotes, right? I don't think putting them in prison particularly helps, because if you say to them, hey, you're a little scrote, you keep fucking up. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna lock you in a little room with a sex criminal. For like 5 years. Hopefully that'll calm you down. And when you pop out, you'll be productive and ambitious. You'll have somehow picked up skills. We're not going to teach them. But hopefully in there you'll somehow... Like, what they've done is, the little scrotes, I mean, they've failed at being in society, haven't they? Society has a set of rules and expectations. They have failed to abide by those rules and meet those expectations. So they must be removed from society. That's our solution. But it wouldn't work with maths, would it? That system. Young man, you have failed at maths. And as a result, for the next 5 to 8 years of your natural life, I sentence you to be banned from maths. And at the end of that period, sir, you had better fucking be good at maths. Or I'll ban you again. Until you learn. It's a good time to be a conspiracy theorist. All this disillusionment. But, like, it's always a good time, but it's been a real bumper harvest the last few years, I think. And I want to be one. I just need to find one that for me, you know. And I don't like JFK and whatever, all this like fucking starter pack, basic bitch, you know. Who shot JFK is like the Ugg boots of conspiracy theories. I know. I want a good one. One for me. And it's dangerous. If you read them for fun like I do, it's dangerous. Reading conspiracy theories for fun is like swimming with sharks. Yeah, it's a social pursuit, but one might get you. Eventually, people find one that they believe and they go nuts and they lose their goddamn minds. And that's happened to people I know. So it's a dangerous thing, you know, you have to keep an eye on yourself. The stuff you feed into your brain. I once met someone, in terms of conspiracy theories, so they said to me, I used to not believe the moon landing happened, right? They said, I used to think they faked the moon landing, which is pretty standard stuff. And I said, well, what changed? And they said, well, I found out Now, the words "found out" are going to be carrying quite a lot of weight over the next few sentences. I found out that the moon landings did happen, and they must have, because that's where we met the aliens. So, here's the theory, broad brushstrokes. The idea is we land on the moon, right? The Americans land on the moon. There's like a delegation of aliens waiting. They say, "You made it." And they say, "We've been watching you for a while, and blah, 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 and we're going to try and give you all of our alien technology, right? To try and civilize you, bring you up to our level, because we're nice aliens. We're benign aliens, whatever." And that's why, since the moon landings roughly, technology has suddenly advanced so quickly compared to the rest of human history, because all the modern technology, like back then they already had iPhones, whatever's going to come out next year. They did, but they've been drip feeding it to us so we don't freak the hell out. Just like, shh, easy does just, a slightly faster computer, a phone with a camera, easy does it, just so that, us apes don't panic. And it's a good theory, and I was like, right, so you believed a conspiracy theory, and the reason you stopped is because a bigger one came and ate it. And they were like, yeah, basically. So I said, right. And they said, well, what's your explanation? What's your explanation for how quickly technology has advanced since the space race began? And I went, and I had to get my phone out, and I've got it written here because I genuinely, it's so boring, I can't remember it. I showed her the Wikipedia page for Moore's law, which is the observation that the number of transistors in a dense integrated circuit doubles roughly every 2 years. Now, this guy Moore, he made that law and that prediction in 1965 when he was working for, I think, what would become, or maybe was already Intel. And it was already holding true by the mid-70s, and it still holds true now, roughly X equals Y on a graph of computing power. Plus, all the extra money devoted to the space race resulted in the development of lots of new technologies inherently, so that's another reason why. Hers is better, isn't it? It's better. Not one of you enjoyed a moment of that. I was telling you about the nice aliens, all your little faces lit up. Hers is better. That's why I'm envious. That's a better way to live. You could stride the earth like an intellectual colossus. You could be in here right now and look at you all and say, oh, I'm ordering drinks on my iPhone. Thanks, Steve Jobs. Not Steve Jobs. It was the moon, people. Look at you, naive idiots. It's much more fun to be her than me going, there's a little... there's a graph that actually... So I need a conspiracy theory. There are lots out there, lots to choose from. Don't want the JFK one. The moon one is, I've already ruined it by looking up the real reason, so I can't do that one. Michael Jackson was innocent. That's a good one. That's still going. Like, people still tweet about that every day. Seriously, hashtag MJ is innocent on Twitter. Have a little look. It is a fucking insane corner of the internet. They're tweeting about it on Christmas Day. And I'm no better, because I'm checking on Christmas to see if they've tweeted about it. I'm not saying I'm better than them. I'm just amazed that on Christmas Day, Michael is not far from their thoughts. On Christmas Day, you could be saying, thank you for coming all the way here. No, our turn to host. Sit. Yes, that's it, just over there. Actually, you know what, Stephen, there is something you can do. Just check on the roast potatoes. They're second shelf down. I just have to, 1 second. There we go. Those fucking kids are liars. They will burn in hell. Michael is in heaven, smiling down, send. 10 more minutes, yeah. We wish you, I mean, that's proper brainworms, isn't it? I mean, that's insane. And the main reason it's insane is that they don't think Michael Jackson was a pedophile. Michael Jackson, the pedophile. Like, even post Jimmy Savile, they still have this faith, come on. Michael Jackson lived his entire life as an adult as if he'd been cursed by a witch. to have to tell all of us that he was a pedophile, but he wasn't allowed to use the word pedophile. That is the only explanation for his behavior. He admitted all the weird behavior. He just never said the word. Even in the 90s, they'd say, Michael, do you befriend 9 and 10-year-old boys and they come to stay with you alone without their mum and dad for 3 weeks, 2 weeks, and you give them booze and you sleep naked in the same bed, and it's not even your main bed, it's like a secret extra bed hidden in the attic of your mansion, and the corridor to that bedroom has got pressure pad alarms on it, and the door that enters that corridor is hidden behind a jukebox with a secret lever that makes it slide across. That's right, the mansion with a theme park in the back. Which you built so that ever more children could constantly have a reason to come to your house. Is all of this true? And you can watch the interviews, Michael Jackson's like, yeah! I think that's good. Why would I think that? I must be a... Ooh. Any adult man who behaves like that for multiple decades must be one of history's biggest... And these people are like philanthropists. Cool guy, cool dancing skeleton guy. A 30-year game of charades. The highest possible stakes. My favorite conspiracy theory is the one where if you get the vaccine, Bill Gates takes over your brain with microchips. I like that one a lot, because the people who are the most worried about that are the people who could really do with Bill Gates taking over their brain. If only for a month or two, just to sort out their affairs, you know, just get them on a better energy provider, I don't know. Bill Gates is a very smart man. You should be so fucking lucky to have him. Do you know how much it would cost to hire him as a lifestyle consultant? He started Microsoft. Think what he could do with your stupid brain, you know. You could just be trapped in there like a ghost, just every now and then I'd send a signal to Bill Gates saying, can I have some KFC now? While he starts a revolutionary tech company all around me, you know, sorts out my whole life. I'd love that. The American conspiracies all have the Queen at the top, which is odd. Because they don't have the Queen, but they're obsessed with the idea that she's secretly mega powerful. Whereas in the UK, we know that that seems ridiculous, so we don't bother putting her at the top of our conspiracies. The Queen's really hard to explain, by the way, to your relatives. That's my job in the family, as translator. I'm more like a cultural guide, right? Because when my South African relatives visit at Christmas, they're like, we don't want to offend anyone. So we know of the Queen, she's very famous, we've seen her on TV, whatever. But what do people think of her? Like, would it be bad for us to make a joke about the Queen? Do people love her, hate her, ambivalent, what is it? And so I always say, well, she's sort of like everyone's Nana. Not everyone gets on with Nana. But she's still your Nana, and if people start to be rude about her, you'll suddenly discover you actually quite like your Nana, and probably... So don't be rude about Nana, you know, in the pub. Because there might be someone who really loves Nana nearby. Also, her head is on all the money. She's a money Nana. She's a money Nana. That's the best I can do, money Nana. And then they're coming over at Christmas, and then, of course, on Christmas Day, it's time to watch the Queen's speech, isn't it, in the afternoon? Because we're a family of immigrants. We are more British than any of you. So that's how it works. We actually watch it. Not like you traitorous little commoners. No, we go and we watch it. We stand up, and my cousins are like, is Christmas over? Why are we going to the living room? We go, so what's going to happen now is Money Nana... who is the unelected head of state, she's going to take over our TV and speak to us through it directly in our living room. You know, like the Joker. Like something the Joker would do. Every Queen's speech should begin with, people of Gotham. And they're like, what, Money Nana just pops up out of nowhere. And it's like, no, she doesn't pop up out of nowhere. There's like an intro. There's like a little intro movie, and we play her theme tune. Nominally, it's the nation's theme tune, but it's her theme tune, really. It's a go, money, nana, go, or whatever. Good luck, money, nana, just general, get big and strong, whatever it is. Just really good vibes, you know. And they're playing the theme tune, and then during the theme tune, there's a montage of military power. It's like artillery being set off in a park, and men with machine guns maneuver in perfect unison outside Money Nana's house. And the message is very clear. Don't fuck with Money Nana. She's got quite the squad. Then Money Nana appears on an enormous gold chair, and she's wearing full military regalia or military medals, and she's encrusted with the looted treasures of crushed tribes. Like a warlord or a Klingon. And at this point, my cousins are terrified because they're from Africa, right? If you say to an African, the unelected head of state is going to take over the TV on Christmas Day and after a display of military power, address you and your family directly in full military regalia surrounded by looted treasure. There's been a coup. Let's hope the UN establish a no-fly zone or... So they're terrified. My cousins are like, what did she say? Is it about hostages? I go, no, she just kind of tells you how her year's been. It's quite dull, actually. And it's weird, because we know how it's been, because we were there, you know. When she goes, my grandson got married, it's like, well, I know. I got a day off, I know. There's never a surprise in the Queen's speech, is there? You're never like, what? Like, you're never... They don't, like, regenerate the new Doctor Who in the middle of it or something. And then she says, Merry Christmas, and she disappears, and you're free to carry on with your day. It's a chilling display of power, really. Bone-chilling. Right, so it's the last 5 minutes of the show, and therefore, in accordance with the rules of comedy and the desires of not only this theatre, but Islington Council, I am now going to have to go through the differences between men and women. So, no, I know, but we've got to get through it. So, okay, so, do you guys know the phrase, it's always the quiet ones? Good phrase, yeah, useful phrase. So let's say you have two colleagues, Alan and Susan and Alan. So, you have two colleagues, Susan and Alan. Let's say you go into work one day, and someone says to you, did you hear about Susan? Oh, it's always the quiet ones. What that means is Susan's a bit sexy. Susan got off with someone at the Christmas party. Susan went home with someone at a nightclub when everyone went out afterwards. Someone found Susan on a swingers website. Susan's a bit of a dark horse, it turns out. Hey, did you hear about Susan? Oh, it's always the quiet ones. Alan. You come into work and someone says, did you hear about Alan? Oh, it's always the quiet ones. Alan killed Susan. There are helicopters above his garden. They're digging it up. It's bad. That's a fun difference. There you go. Ladies, your secret thing is sexy fun. Chaps, ours is harrowing violence. So. I have been informed by memes, ladies, that none of your clothes have pockets. I don't know what you did to lose pocket privileges. Filling them with votes and contraception again, no doubt. No, all of your things will be in a sack. Like a hobo in a cartoon. Everything in a big, heavy sack. Will the sack be cheap? No. The sacks will be very expensive indeed. And cumbersome. Something to clear up, actually. This is a good thing to clear up now, for comedy's sake. Where a lot of comedians say, ladies, I don't know why it takes you so long to get ready. The reason is you have more things to do, so. Good to get that finally cleared up. 10 things takes longer than one thing. So, there we go. I'm a man. I have one thing to do before I leave the house, make sure I'm not visibly covered in shit. And I can do whatever I want. So, good to finally answer that question at last. Toilets. Specifically public toilets. Very different attitudes there. Men will use any public toilet. They are willing to use a toilet in almost any state. They're willing to mop up a stranger's still hot piss if it means that they can finally have a shit at a festival. So, men are fine with that. Women, I know women who have risked wetting themselves on a bus journey home to avoid using an even fairly good nick sort of public loo. Amazing. And when you do have to use a public loo, it turns out that all of you split into either hoverers or nesters. It's the hoverers I'm most impressed by because it's a wall sit with nothing behind you. It's the sort of thing Bruce Lee would do for training. I mean, just... Your entire lower body tensed, but still relaxed enough for piss to come out. How? I couldn't even hold it for that long. My knee hurts now, standing here now. The other ones are nesters, and what you'll do is, in order to avoid touching the toilet seat with your bare ass, you will take horrible, thin, translucent little squares of loo roll and lay them reverentially around the seat like you're making a horrible nest for an awful egg. A lot more gender-neutral loos around, so I've come across a few nests lately. Like a filthy Biloddy. She can't be far. Still warm. And of course, makeup. My partner was saying to me, "You're very lucky, Pierre, that you don't have to wear makeup. It is a financial expense, it is a time expense, which is fair. That's part of the getting ready thing, isn't it? Having to paint on your whole face again. Every day, like a portrait artist. Time expense, money expense, and it's a weight of societal expectation, a tyranny. You're very lucky to not have to cope with that." So I said, "Okay, stop doing it. Don't do it, stop wearing makeup. Don't wear it ever again." And she said, "Well, no, I don't. Men want us to wear makeup." And I said, "Men don't know what they want." They don't know. Do you remember how you all used to have to wear ruffs? You know, in the Tudor period. Well, it's not anymore, is it? There's no more ruffs around. So what must have happened is women just went, "These are horrible." And you all stopped wearing them, and men were annoyed for 2 days. For 2 days, men went, "Aw. Aw." And on the third day, they were just back to being, horrible fucking... They'd already forgotten, just ape brain. They don't care, men don't know. It's not about us. And she was like, "Well, we're all wearing it, and if you stop on your own, that doesn't mean everyone else will." So I was like, "Well, have a meeting, have a lady meeting. Have a lady meeting at Lady Hall. Unionize. You all get makeup wipes, and you go, okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, first person to break, we kill." She was like, "Well, you can't just ban it here because, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. It disproportionately employs women. It's an art form. It's a form of self-expression. And I like wearing it." And I said, "You like wearing it?" She said, "Yeah." And I went, "Well, then what are we fucking... Why are we talking about it then?" And the reason is twofold. Is that difference between men and women is that men can't complain cathartically. Women are allowed to complain cathartically. She didn't want solutions from me. What she wanted was for me to go, "Oh." Thumbs down from me for that. Bad, actually. Whereas instead I was offering solutions like some sort of idiot. Because you guys can complain cathartically, and it must feel very nice, because a woman can say to another woman, "This intractable problem is shit, isn't it?" And the other woman will say, "It is shit, your opinions are valid, and you are not insane for having noticed or thought that." If one of my male friends came to me and said, Pierre, I'm going to complain to you now about a problem that I already know has no solution, I would say, what have I done to fuck you off that you would ruin my whole day like this? Get out of my house. Men don't get to do that. They don't have that catharsis. They just pack it all in there day after day until eventually they become one of the quiet ones. That's the end of the show. Thank you very much for coming out, guys. Thank
you. It is amazing what I will do to get an hour where my kids can't ask me for anything. Yeah, you guys get it now. You thought this looked nerve-wracking. Now I'm gonna have a line of 20 moms backstage volunteering to open for me. I've been working out this material in my local comedy clubs, and people say, Jen, aren't you worried about hecklers? I say, is that where I'm trying to speak and someone interrupts me with a bunch of sassy backtalk? Oh, I think I know how to deal with hecklers. I tell these guys at these clubs, at these dive bars, I walk in there and I say, we're gonna make that right there the naughty corner. Yeah. Anyone heckles me, you got 5 minutes in timeout and you don't get out till you say you're sorry. I have 6 kids. People ask me if I'm going to have another, and on the one hand, a 7th baby would be a lot of work. But on the other hand, my punch card at the hospital is full and I get my 7th one free. People bring up the fact that I have so many kids at the weirdest times. I was working out at the gym with a personal trainer and she leans down and says, Jen, you have given birth 6 times. I want you to bring that strength and that courage that you brought to childbirth to this workout. You can do it. And I said, I get epidurals. I don't know what she was imagining my childbirth experiences are like. When my last kid was born, I was scrolling Instagram. I found out the baby arrived because the doctor sent me a DM. It's crazy having so many kids. You get asked all these questions. Like, people always ask me, Jen, don't you want to try natural childbirth? They never ask you that for any other medical procedure. Like, if someone's going like, I've got an impacted tooth and they have to extract it, nobody's like, are you doing it naturally? Imagine if people use this as a way to brag, like, I'm having my appendix out this weekend, but no drugs for me. I want to breathe through it. I want to be awake when it comes out. We had 6 babies and 8 years, no twins. I'll take that. I earned that. Thank you also for the people who just gasped silently. But when we would tell people about baby showers, they'd be like, this is not supposed to be an annual tradition. We ran out of stuff for baby registries. For my 5th kid, I registered at Sephora. My 6th was at the liquor store. When you have your 6th baby, you don't need another baby walker. You need Johnny Walker. One of the things you have to get used to when you have a baby is the way other women will talk to it. So your sister-in-law will lean over to your baby and say, oh, you don't have a hat, do you? You're cold, aren't you? Your mommy forgot your hat because she spends too much time on that phone, doesn't she? So the way you handle that is you turn right back to that baby and you say, we're not gonna listen to Auntie Meg, are we? Why not? Because all her children smoke weed, don't they? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Parenting is so hard. I have had to Google things like how to handle classroom bullying, what to do if your kid's teacher has an anger management issue. Oh. Other than that, homeschooling is going pretty well. I know it's a strange choice. I know homeschooling is a different choice, but look, it's simply important to me that my children receive an education that starts after 10 a.m. People are like, Jen, you're a homeschooler? My cousin is also a doomsday prepper. I try to tell them this is a very modern system of education. It's very sophisticated. They won't listen to me. They're like, no, I know all about homeschooling. I read the book about it, the Flowers in the Attic. The nice thing about homeschooling, though, is your class reunion is also your family reunion. You can kind of kill two birds with one stone there. Now, my oldest child has actually begun going to Catholic school. The only thing is, it starts really early. And there's no bus service. So that is an early Uber for him. I have a theory. I have a theory that there are two kinds of babies and toddlers. The first kind are climbers. Climbers. You know you have a climber if you've ever thought, I didn't think I would have to install child-proof locks on the cabinet above the fridge. I didn't have that problem because my kids were the other type. They were screamers. Oh, these kids, they would scream about anything. They would scream about anything at all. Like, I would just try to enforce some simple rules, like, for example, screen time limits are very important to me. I will not allow my children to watch more than 15 hours of screens a day. Try to set these limits, and they would just scream and scream and scream. And they would scream about crazy stuff, like I would run into the room, someone is screaming so loudly, I'd be like, what, who needs a tourniquet? And it would turn out, somebody looked at her cracker. When the UPS guy would come to our door, I am positive that on more than one occasion, he walked up to our door, heard all this chaos inside, and was like, is this a portal to hell? I would call my husband at work during these moments when all 6 of my children were screaming their heads off. They got silent, dead silent. 5 minutes before, it sounded like I was standing on the set of the movie Saw. My husband answers the phone, and it sounds like I am telephoning him from atop a peaceful hilltop monastery. And he'd say, well, that's great. We can chat now. I didn't call you to chat. I called you so you will understand how bad my life is. And then I'd get off the phone and keep calling him until I got him on the phone when every single one of those children were screaming. And he'd be like, that is awful. And I'd be like, yes, thank you, and hang up. I am an introvert, in case you can't tell. If you would like to know what level of introvert I am, my children thought it was normal that when someone knocks at the door, you hide. It would be like, go, 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 get away from the window, away from the window. It might be a friend. And then they'd go over to their friends' houses, and when the doorbell would ring, they'd be like, should we hide behind the couch or the table? Well, look, there's this misconception. Being an introvert doesn't mean that I don't like being around people. I love being around people the way an astronaut likes going to the moon. It is a wonderful, beautiful, joyful experience that makes life worth living. It just has to be planned with careful precision timing so that I don't die in a burst of flames. You know, I'd love to know, is there anyone here in the house tonight, and make some noise if this is you, who happens to be Catholic? I was a lifelong atheist before I became Catholic. And when people hear that I chose to join the Roman Catholic Church, they're like, why? And that's just the Catholics. I used to have all of these stereotypes that Catholics curse and they drink and they're irresponsible with family planning. And now I am those stereotypes. And so are you guys, evidently. You know, the culture around us sometimes doesn't like Catholicism. You know when they realize they need us? When their houses are haunted. Try to imagine an Exorcist movie without the Catholic Church. They're like, we've been hearing evil voices from the basement. It's a demon. Somebody call a non-denominational worship leader. Only a Unitarian can save us now. But I love all the great dialogue we have now between Protestants and evangelicals and Catholics. Like, a lot of my Protestant friends are getting in on historical Catholic traditions, and I like to help them. I like to share my experiences. You know, like, a lot of my Protestant friends are now celebrating Lent. So I tell them, for example, about the time that I gave up cursing for Lent. And I say, the thing with this tradition of giving things up for Lent is that you bring it back in a big way on Easter morning. And I love it. I love it that so many of my Protestant friends are getting in on these wonderful, rich liturgical traditions. I think it's so great. There is an area of Catholicism that you might want to leave to us Catholics. For example, relics. You guys familiar with this? So a relic is where we as Catholics like to take a piece of clothing or even a piece of a body of a holy man or woman who lived and just keep it around so that we can feel close to them. There is even a church, this is true, there's a church in Italy, this beautiful historic church. And inside it is a very delicate, beautiful glass box, and there is a saint's head in it. And when you see it in context, it's actually a beautiful thing. The saint lived hundreds of years ago. The church is like 1,000 years old. And when you see it in the grand scheme of this ornate cathedral, you realize that it's a beautiful thing. But Protestant friends, leave this one to us. Because it's going to be a little weird if you walk into your local mega church called Celebration Station and there's a glass box with a guy's head in it. That's Pastor Cody. He was great. I am here from Texas. Thank you. It's a great nation. The only thing about Texas, I love Texas, but the only thing about it is that the natural environment that surrounds us is constantly trying to kill us. like my house is full of scorpions. Now, they're not that big, and when you get stung, it's not really that much worse than a wasp sting. And sometimes when people hear that, they're like, well, doesn't sound that bad, we have roaches. And it's times like this that I turn to the Bible. Particularly Luke chapter 10, where Jesus gives his followers the power to tread upon scorpions. So I'm like, I think what is in my house is worse because Jesus hates them. I did not know when we first moved into this house that it was full of scorpions. And we had an exterminator come out as just part of a cursory visit, just spray some chemicals. And I followed this guy around like, is that organic? No, don't spray right there. The children play there, don't spray too much. And then, one night when I was just about to turn out my bedside lamp, I saw a scorpion crawling right toward my bed. The exterminator was back at 6 o'clock in the morning the next day, and he said, ma'am, would you like to upgrade to our platinum package? I said, I want your Chernobyl package. These scorpions will show up in the craziest places. One time I sent a kid to the naughty corner, and she got stung there. It's not funny, but... I'm just saying, I didn't have to discipline that kid for like 6 weeks. We also have rattlesnakes in our yard. And a friend of mine was like, Dan, if you see a rattlesnake, don't kill it, rehome it. I was like, that is a great idea. I will rehome it into a belt. I sometimes fantasize about moving somewhere else, maybe Chicago. The thing is, I try to imagine how a realtor would dress up that listing. Like, beautiful family home, fully furnished, rustic charm, great for entomologists. In general, I like living in the suburbs, though. It's nice. I like to drive around in my minivan, and when I do, I listen to hip-hop. I love hip-hop music. And sometimes people hear that and they say, Jen, have you listened to those lyrics talking about fighting with people, getting vengeance on people, using drugs to cope? And I'm like, you ever met suburban moms? I hear Lil Wayne saying things like, you front on me, I step to you. You play this game, it's over for you. And I'm like, was he at Michelle's bunco group? I do drive a minivan, though, and these things have so much room. There's even a special storage compartment for your dead dreams. That self-image you have, that maybe I'm still kind of cool. I still got it. You shove that in the temperature-controlled lockbox until you drive a different vehicle. Anything that goes into or comes out of a minivan is instantly uncool. In fact, I've thought we could solve this nation's drug problem if us moms would just drive around town holding joints out the window in our minivans. Just be like, kids, have you tried this marijuana? It's terrific. I think the transition to becoming a minivan driver is harder for men. They've always got to tell themselves this story. And what is it they always say? They're like, bro, my minivan is fast. No, this thing, we're talking 8 cylinders on this baby. And you're like, Carl, our neighborhood is actually called Pleasant Meadow. When are you going to need a fast car? Like if one of the mommies at the preschool drop-off challenges you to a drag race? I would like to suggest, as a service to the dads of America, that we get a minivan in the next Fast and the Furious movie. I mean, they've tried everything else, like, might as well give this a shot. And so, okay, this could work. So first of all, these huge center consoles would have room for all of Vin Diesel's guns. It also becomes a much more green franchise. To have, instead of all these guys racing around in their gas-guzzling race cars, the whole squad could fit in one 8-seater Toyota Sienna. The fast and the fuel efficient. Just imagine the moment that The Rock turns to his gang and is like, guys, they're after us. We gotta go. Go, 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 go. And then he clicks the button to open the side door and it's like, I have a tip for the ladies in the house. You know, sometimes it happens, you will be out somewhere and a man is being a little aggressive about talking to you. He's not taking the hint that you're not interested and he'll just keep going. So I'm going to give you some magic words. Say this to any man and he will lose all interest in you immediately. When that dude is like, hey baby, what are you doing later tonight? You say this, I'm driving my minivan home to homeschool my 6 kids. Poof, all interest gone. That guy will be like, I was going to put this roofie in your drink. But I just want you to have it. We travel a lot as a family, but unfortunately, hotel rooms have these limits that they don't allow a large number of people in them. And typically the limit is about 6 people, but my family has 8 people in it. So now when my kids talk to their friends about travel, they're like, which one of your siblings hides in the closet when the manager comes? My husband and I could not have more different travel styles. I like to travel when I get to a new place like I'm a local. Settle in, spend many days there to get a feel for the community. I feel like I live there after a point. My husband travels like we are fleeing genocide. We arrive under the cover of darkness, spend one night there, go to hit 3 spots, flee again before anyone can recognize us, and we are out of there. And we travel in different groups to keep things from getting too chaotic. And the kids that get in my group act like they have won the lottery. Because I understand that when you are going on a vacation, the moment you step out of your front door, your entire life savings turns into Monopoly money. I'll be at the airport with my group of kids, and I'll be like, a $16 cookie? You want just one? Well, let's all get one. Get 2, get 3, it's not real money. My husband will be at the airport with his group of kids, and the airport that we go to has all of these iconic Texas restaurants there. So you can smell the carne asada from the famous taco stand. And then right next to that, you smell the brisket that has been marinating all day. And the kids with my husband will turn to him and say, Dad, what are we eating for dinner? And he'll pull an old granola bar out of his pocket and tell them to share it while he complains about airport prices. If it were up to me, our entire family of 8 would go out to dinner at a restaurant every single night that we were on vacation. My husband will go down to the local grocery store, stock us up on food for us to eat in the hotel room. And it's not even the nice food. He'll get like whatever the local generic brand is. And so we'll be peering out our hotel window. We can see the flashing lights of the festive tourist restaurant across the street. And I look to see my children rinsing off plastic spoons to eat their value choice cereal. We also couldn't be more different when it comes to packing. When it comes time for me to pack, I don't walk through my house saying, what should I bring? I say, what shouldn't I bring? Look, I don't need a suitcase that fits in the overhead compartment. I need options. You feel me? My husband does not travel with luggage. I know you are confused. You're like, well, she means not much luggage. No. He will put a cell phone charger and a toothbrush in his jacket pocket and be like, done packing. I'm serious. He's stocked up on all of these clothes that are really durable. He washes them in our hotel bathroom and hangs them out to dry like we are mountain people. He got this idea from college. His fraternity had this ritual where they would drop the guys off and they would give them only a toothbrush and a change of underwear. For some people, this would be a traumatic memory of hazing. For my husband, it was an aha moment. He was like, do I even need the change of underwear? So the result of all this is that when housekeeping walks into our room, they see clothes hanging out to dry, all of this stuff, evidence that there are way more people stuffed into this room than are supposed to be here. All these crumpled wrappers and boxes from generic brand food. And they're like, are they refugees? A friend of mine did an exercise with me the other day, one of these things where you're supposed to answer immediately. You don't think about it so that you get to the core of your innermost response. So she said, Jen, okay, don't think, Jen. What is something that fills you with joy? Go. And I was like, drinking alone. The great thing about my lifestyle is that nobody judges me for it anymore. When I was single, I would be like, oh, I had a tough day at work, so when I got home, I had a beer. And people would be like, that's dangerous. Now, I could be like, after a long day of homeschooling my 6 kids, I locked myself in the garage, cracked open a bottle of vodka, put a straw in it, and went to town. And people would be like, that's self-care. People are so inconsistent with their judgments about alcohol. You have a gin and tonic at a restaurant, and you're sophisticated. You take that same drink, pour it in a Hello Kitty travel mug, take it to the PTA meeting, and suddenly you have a problem. Why is it that the places you most need to drink are the exact places you're not supposed to drink? If I am at a fancy martini bar downtown, little candlelight for the ambiance, some smooth jazz playing in the background, intelligent adult conversation, I don't need a martini. I'm fine with a club soda. You know when I need a martini? When I am stuck in a hard plastic chair at the mandatory parent information session that's headed into hour 2, and this whole thing could have been done by email. That is when I need a martini. I took a break from alcohol last year. I did 6 months totally alcohol-free. It's not that I thought that I was an alcoholic. I was an alcohol superfan. Getting into stalking territory. See, the problem was that I would drink when I watched shows. At the end of the night, I would turn on a show and I would have a drink. But then that association became very clear in my mind. Watch show, drink. Watch show, drink. The problem is, I tend to binge watch shows. And I kind of knew it was a problem when these shows were getting a little hazy for me. Like, I got sucked into the weirdest documentary about Little Red Riding Hood, called, what was it? The Handmaid's Tale. The nice thing about that break was that I could take the budget that I had been spending on alcohol, and then I had the room for all this extra stuff, like flowers for the kitchen table, the occasional salon trip, that private jet I'd had my eye on. Anyone who knows anything about me knows that I love Instagram. Instagram has the power to make you envious of any lifestyle you see portrayed on there. There is no lifestyle so random that I will not be jealous of it if I see it on Instagram. Like, I have ended up following all of the Arab royalty. I'm serious, Sheikh Mohammed is very active on the gram, and I have previously never aspired to be part of that scene. But I see them on there and I'm like, I never get to go falcon hunting. There are warnings now that the government is using our Instagram for facial recognition, so that if you or I ever commit a crime, they can find us through our Instagram. And this is the biggest waste of time I've ever heard of. Because the only reason that any of us are on that app is so that we can look completely different than we actually look in real life. After I get done with my filters and my tuning and my layers, like, people who follow me on Instagram think I am a woodland fairy. I could rob a bank with a mask on, give out my Instagram handle as I'm robbing the bank. And when the FBI finally tracked me down, they could hold up the picture that I posted on Instagram this morning, and they'd be like, Commander, we cannot find Jen Fulwiler. The woman we have here seems to be her very tired aunt. Have you ever gotten a picture with a friend where they look like Quasimodo. They are hunched over, their mouth was caught open at the weirdest possible angle. You know, their hair is a disaster, they look 20 pounds heavier than they really are. But you look amazing. Fresh-faced, svelte, sleek. And you're like, oh, that's a shame for you. Because I am posting this on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat. What is my MySpace password? Because I just got a new profile pic everywhere. No, but seriously, if you do that could really damage your friendships. But who needs friends when you got 500 likes? So I am not normally good at housekeeping, even under the best circumstances. And when I say that, sometimes people think, Jen's being modest. I bet she's a fine housekeeper. Well, let me give you this example. When my husband and I first got married, we bought a white couch. We didn't know. When we finally went to donate it, we called Salvation Army. We scheduled this whole thing. We scheduled a whole 18-wheeler pickup, this whole thing. And so the truck comes rumbling down the street. The guy gets out. Our couch is sitting there waiting for pickup in the garage. He walks down the driveway, stops halfway, and says, "Come on, man, we got standards." Salvation Army would not take my living room couch. We live near a Chuck E. Cheese. Thank you, yeah, you guys get it. So there was a blogger who recently did this expose. There was a blogger who did an expose where he said that the food at Chuck E. Cheese is not fresh and organic. Now, for the record, Chuck E. Cheese denies this. The corporation, not the mouse himself. No, this is important work because when I go to Chuck E. Cheese, I know I'm there for the cuisine. I mean, when I pull up to that plastic table, I expect a white-gloved maitre d' to come up and be like, "Pardon me, madame. The chef will wait to serve the amuse-bouche until the robot band is finished with the happy birthday song." "Ah, it'll just be a moment now. I see the gorilla has begun his drum solo." This blogger also revealed that some of the practices at Chuck E. Cheese could lead to the spread of germs. He has obviously never been to a Chuck E. Cheese. Because the first thing you think when you walk into that place is, this leads to the spread of germs. Chuck E. Cheese is like if the Ebola ward at the hospital had rides. The minute you walk into that place, you're like, I am going to leave here with the plague and a stuffed moose. And what's it all for? The tickets. Do you remember that when we would get our tickets at Chuck E. Cheese and you never valued anything you owned more than what you bought with your own tickets at the Chuck E. Cheese junk store? Right, like your mom would be cleaning your room and she'd be like, "Can we throw away this glow-in-the-dark plastic kazoo?" And you'd be like, "Woman, do you understand what I had to do at the whack-a-mole table to earn that kazoo?" I want to end by bringing you into a time in my life when I think the chaos of my life reached its absolute apex. So this was shortly after my 6th child was born. Things were so chaotic. My 5th child, she was the kind of kid where you would end up having to make rules that you never thought you'd have to make. Like, no taking off your own diaper and throwing it at people when you're dancing on the table. A friend of mine witnessed some of this. She said, "Girl, that child is turning you into a saint." And I said, "That ain't the direction this is going." And there was one day when my life just reached its absolute lowest point. So this crazy toddler of mine, she got hold of a Sharpie. I walk into the room, and I don't see her, but I see the traces of what she's done. It starts on the kitchen chairs, scribbling with Sharpie, goes all the way across this couch, all the way over to the other living room chair, across more walls, and then across the baby's bassinet. And I look inside. The baby is in the bassinet, and the scribbling goes right across his forehead. So I take the Sharpie away from her. She reacts as if I have removed an appendage of her body. I send her to the naughty corner. That's one of those times you kind of wish a scorpion was in there. She starts screaming, then all my other kids start screaming, because that's what we do in our house. And at this exact moment, I looked over, and my eyes fell on this family portrait of our family. And it was this beautiful shot of all 6 kids and me and my husband. Everyone was smiling at the camera so beautifully. And I only had to Photoshop 3 heads to make that happen. And under it, the kids had made a frame for it in their preschool. And under it, on this frame, was the word family in multicolored letters. But the M and the Y were in these yellow and orange colors. And the way the sun was hitting it, you couldn't see them. Yeah, you know what family spells without the M and the Y. Fail. And this is the word that is right under this picture of my family. And it was in that moment that I learned a lesson that I have taken away. And it is the reason that I came here to be with you tonight. Well, that and to keep my airline status. I cannot go back to boarding group 5, guys. I know that a lot of you are going through difficult things. I see your emails. I see your direct messages. I got an email the other day from someone in this room. It's a couple. They have a special needs kid. They just moved. They're having financial struggles. And they said, "Jen, we feel like we're drowning sometimes. It's a lot." Another woman was in a car accident, and she's in pain and will be in pain for a long time as she recovers. And then, some of these are hard. This one woman, she's in the room tonight. Her husband just started working from home. And you know that we have been through a lot too. If you follow me, you know that my dad passed away recently. So midnight tonight will be the 1-month anniversary of his passing. The outpouring of support that we have received has been tremendous. I even had a friend who offered to write all of my thank you notes for me. And I was like, you are so kind to imagine that I write thank you notes. Girl, I'm not at that level. I'm at the thank you text that is mostly emoji level. But it was sudden. My father's passing was sudden. I had been texting with him all day. He was in a great mood. He was fine. We'd been texting. The last text he sent that ended our exchange, hours before he passed, was, "Knock 'em dead, girl." Literally my dad's last words to me. I have screenshotted that. Thank you. I have screenshotted that. I look at it every single day. And the other day, it occurred to me, I looked at the timestamp on it, and I realized I have since found out he was in the ER while he was texting me. He didn't tell me this. It was a medical situation that unraveled pretty quickly. He didn't want to worry me, so he didn't tell me that he was in the hospital. But based on what I know now, I think he might have known that the situation was very grave. And I think that the irony of that phrase, knock 'em dead, might have been intentional. And I'm like, Dad? That is so inappropriate. But that is my father's legacy to me, is the ability to find humor in any situation, even if it's a little dark. And that is the gift that I want to leave with you tonight. Look, guys, I know you guys have some tough stuff going on, but try to find a way to laugh, because when you laugh, you have hope. And when you have hope, you remember that some way, somehow, it is all gonna be okay. Thank you, you've been amazing.
Thanks for coming out, guys. How about it, huh? Yeah. Wow, it's been a crazy year. I had a COVID scare recently. I was drinking a soda and I couldn't taste anything. And then I realized it was just a LaCroix. All right, it's just the first joke. They'll get better from here, I promise. I'm sorry. I'm a little rusty. My job has been illegal for the last year, so. Just been sitting around collecting unemployment. Yeah, pretty humbling when the government is like, hey, we'll pay you to not tell jokes. I'm like, wow. I thought it was going okay. I'm not gonna lie, though, it was pretty nice when that $600 bonus was active. I was making almost 80% of my normal salary as a comedian. But now I didn't have to pay for plane tickets or hotels or sex. I was saving so much money. Hey, that joke is so believable, but hey, the vaccine's here, so we're back to work. I got vaccinated, yeah. Anybody vaccinated? Round of applause. Those are good numbers for Everett, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I got vaccinated, although it was Johnson & Johnson, so oh boy. Thanks for coming to my last show. Now, I gotta give Biden some credit. I think he did a great job getting the vaccine out quickly to everyone. And I mean, obviously it helps to have a son who knows where to get drugs, but, oh boy, oh. That joke would have worked for either president. Calm down. Just covering the bases. I'm pretty liberal as a person, but I think as a comedian, it's only fair to make fun of both sides a little bit. Some audiences don't like that. There's a video on my YouTube channel of Trump supporters trying to boo me off stage, if you're into that kind of thing. I wasn't really laughing at the time, but I was doing a show recently. This woman chased me down into the parking lot. She goes, you made fun of both Trump and Biden, but I couldn't tell. Which side are you on? I was like, well, my only allegiance is to the truth. And she goes, but that's Trump. And I was like, oh, the opposite side of you. Yeah. Not much to talk about. There's a lot of skepticism about the vaccine, which is surprising for a country that made Taco Bell so popular. You know what I mean? That's a lot of people like, I want to know what's going in my body. Well, I hate to break it to you, but that isn't steak. So, makes me wonder, whatever happened to that talking chihuahua? I don't know. Taco Bell is so popular, they added breakfast and a fourth meal. They added, Taco Bell is basically like, you know that food pyramid we've been teaching you since 3rd grade? Fake news, all right? Normalize eating 2,000 calories at 1 in the morning. Taco Bell for breakfast, that sounds like a bad way to start the day. The only time I want Taco Bell at 9 a.m. is if I stop drinking at 8:59 a.m. And that is... I don't really drink that much anymore. I became an accidental pothead this last year. Yeah, well, I used to smoke just a little bit, and then they closed everything except pot shops and grocery stores. And I was like, well, This economy needs me. I'm a hero. I enjoy pot. I don't like potheads. They're not the greatest group of friends to have around, you know? A bunch of my friends were starting a rumor that they were like, potheads are immune to COVID, right? Because, like, their lungs are already filled with smoke, so the COVID can't even find its way when it gets in there. Plus, they're always smoking, so if there's any loose COVID in the air, they're blowing it away. I was like, that's not what's happening. Potheads don't get COVID because they don't fucking go anywhere. That's what's happening. Did you call up your pothead buddies this last year? Hey, we're getting a group of 20 strangers to go to a bar together. You want to come hang out? Man, I would, but Netflix just put out a new documentary on bees. I think I'm gonna stay home. We're running out of bees, man. One nice thing about being forced to lock down was I didn't have to lie to my parents about what I did during the day anymore. They just call me up. How was your day? Pretty good. What'd you do? Fucking nothing. Sat around, smoked some pot. I didn't even leave the house. I'm like, we're so proud of you. You're keeping us alive. I don't know about you guys, I try to just keep a routine. That way I didn't go crazy. Just treat every day like it's a normal day, right? Like, I'd even set an alarm before bed, and then first thing in the morning, I wake up, I take the gun out of my mouth, I brush my teeth, you know, I just try to... It's just a joke, don't worry, I'm sorry. You're not gonna see me on the news tomorrow. They wouldn't cover it. I promise, just a joke. I just been smoking weed and watching Netflix. It's really all I've ever wanted out of life anyway, so it was pretty good. I love Netflix, but it's too hard to pick out a movie on Netflix. I'll spend more time picking out a movie than the length of the movie that I wasn't sure. Yeah. Well, Netflix isn't picking up this special now, but I think you gotta recategorize movies. Like, you gotta know, what you're getting invested into. Like, you gotta pick the right movie for the right situation. I was Netflix and chilling with a girl one time, but she picked out too good of a movie. So, like, halfway through, she started to make her move. I had to be like, hey, get off me. This is an important plot point, all right? Babe, there's subtitles. I gotta pay attention. This won an Oscar. I think they should recategorize movies on Netflix by how much attention you have to pay to the plot line in order to follow along. Yes, you want to know what you're getting invested into, right? Like, the bottom of the spectrum would be like Fast and Furious movies, right? You're like, oh, Fast and Furious is on, perfect. Let me go get my taxes. I can do that. Right? Every 15 minutes, you just look up, like, oh, Vin Diesel's winning. He's fast. All right. Oh, he's losing. He's furious. What a great movie name. Oh. The other end of the spectrum would be like Game of Thrones, right? Oh, Game of Thrones is on. Let me go to the storage unit and get my 17 boxes of notes from the last season. I got a fake map for my TV show. I don't know my own city this well. I use Google Maps to get home every day, but I got a fake map I gotta study. I need an Ancestry.com account just to follow along. These are brother and sister? This show is very weird. It's great to be in Everett. I went to school here, actually, yeah. University of Phoenix online, so great to be back. Yeah. I live by a school, and I'm allowed to, and it's weird to live by a school, because I always see kids in the neighborhood walking home from school by themselves. It's always the loser kids with no friends. Yeah, I always get sentimental because I used to be me. I always want to go up to them like, hey, I'm you from the future. Go make some friends. This doesn't work out well for us. Just yelling at random kids on the street, drop that stupid stick, you're not a wizard. Girls aren't gonna like you. He's like, those are my crutches. Whatever, loser, get out of my face. I just turned 36 years old, which means I love my parents now. That's pretty new. Yeah. It takes a while. I guess that's what happens as you get older. You relate to them more, you know? Not that 36 is old. I'm not moving to Florida, but it's different. When I was 20, I was like, I'm invincible. I'll party all night. Now I'm in my 30s. I'm like, I can't leave the house. I had too much dairy. You know, like, things change. I used to try to fix stuff. I'd be like, oh, my neck hurts. I'll go to the chiropractor. Now I'm like, I just won't look left. That's fine. I don't live in London. It's not important. Good job on a geography joke, Everett. Come on. I'm proud of you. All right, thank you. I love my parents. I worry about them. My dad just bought a gun for the first time in his life, which is very scary, because he's 65, which is when you want to get your first gun, right? 65. That's when the mind is at its sharpest, you know? He's like, I can hit all the targets at once. I'm like, there's one target. You have bad vision. He bought the gun and then he told me about it, and immediately he was like, don't tell anybody. So just keep this between us. What do you mean, don't tell anybody? Isn't that the point of having guns? You tell everyone you have guns, then they don't come to your house. He was like, nah, man, element of surprise. Who are your enemies? You live in the woods and make honey. I don't think it's that gangster of an operation. You have pet bees, okay? Calm down, Breaking Bad. For his birthday recently, I bought him a tracker for his keys. Because he's always losing his keys. And he just bought a gun. You guys remember where we were going with it? It was literally a month before his birthday. I was still trying to pick out a gift, and then I heard a story. One day, my dad was going to work. He got into his car, and he couldn't find his keys that he just unlocked his car with. Literally, he was like, beep, beep, and then he got in the car, and he was like, oh no, where did I put it? So he did the only reasonable thing he could think of. He went back in the house, stole my mom's keys, then just drove to work as if nothing had happened. And when he got home, he found his keys on the roof of his car the whole time. And he just bought a gun. You guys don't seem as worried as you should be. They're giving them to anybody. I think the element of surprise is gonna be when someone breaks into his house and he can't find his gun. You know what I mean? They're like, hang on 1 second. I got a tracker for it. Calm down. Quiet. It's beeping. Oh, it says 3 meters to the left. What's a meter? Oh. Go back to your country, stupid app. Learn the language. My mom is great also. She's a wonderful source of material, which is all that matters. She's got arthritis on her middle fingers. Yeah, which they say comes from overuse, so I guess that's my fault. I guess that's what happens when you raise a comedian. You get extra reps on the middle finger. The good news is she just discovered that cannabis oil makes it feel better. A little bit of cream, you rub some on, pain goes away for a couple days, which is amazing, because now I don't have to feel bad whenever I piss her off. She's like, hey, fuck you. Oh, it feels amazing. I still got it. I'm back in my prime, you know? Literally, everywhere we go, she just flips people off for fun. It's like her favorite hobby for some reason. I guess she's like, you never know what you have till it's gone. It's interesting to me, though, because she grew up in an era where marijuana had this stigma. You know, oh, cannabis is the devil. So she doesn't want her kids to know about it. But I'm not an idiot. Her name is Lisa, but in all of her high school yearbooks, her nickname was Mary Jane. I'm just like, that's not short for Lisa. So she doesn't want me to know, which is fine. The only problem is she lives in a state where marijuana is illegal still, and I live in Washington where it's mandatory. So she needs me, yeah. Guess who's the favorite son now? She was visiting me a couple months ago, and now I've realized that's the only reason she comes to visit anymore. I pick her up at the airport, I'm like, good to see you. She's like, move, let's go to the store. I'm like, oh, I love you too. But she was at my house, and I didn't know about her new hobbies at the time. I was getting ready to take her to the airport. She goes, hey, I forgot to mail this package to my friend. Will you send it for me? Some of you guys are catching on a lot quicker than I did. I'm an idiot. I was like, absolutely, I'm a great son. I would do anything for you. I take her to the airport. As she's getting out of my car, she starts looking around, all creepy. She's like, if anyone asks what's in the package, you don't know. I was like, what? I didn't know. Now I'm pretty sure it's a bomb. Like, what are you doing? Trying to blow up a FedEx plane, put Tom Hanks on an island again? She's like, it's not a bomb. I went to the green store. That's what she calls it. I was like, oh, you just want to smoke some pot? That's totally fine. She's like, it's not for me. It's for my friend. I was like, oh, your friend, totally cool, all right? I have a friend who experimented in high school and yesterday, so no judgment. She hands me a $100 bill. She goes, use this to pay for the package, and you can keep the rest of the money. I was like, wow, I gotta raise my ticket prices. I'm willingly committing a felony for like $83 at this point. I was like, I need that money, so we're just gonna find out what happens. I get to the post office. The guy behind the counter has a lot of questions for me. Imagine that being part of his job. He's like, hey man, anything fragile in this package? I was like, I don't know. I don't think so. Probably not. Let's go with no. He was like, it's not multiple choice. He's like, how much does it weigh? I was like, 3.5 grams. Anything flammable? I'm like, ooh. Define flammable. Not yet. It is that fire, you know what I'm talking about? At this point, he's tired of playing 21 questions. He's like, dude, there's 30 people in line behind you. Just tell me what's in the package, and then I know how we have to send it. I was like, I don't know what's in the package. Which is a great answer for a post office, right? Try it at airports, they love it, you know? Hey, someone else handed me this suitcase, told me to drop it off with you. Is that cool? I haven't heard any announcements for 20 years. He's like, what do you mean you don't know what's in the package? I was like, my mom gave it to me, but she doesn't know what's in it either. Her friend gave it to her, and then she just got caught up in something she doesn't understand. I'm making this worse, aren't I? He's like, you're an idiot. He goes, why don't you just call your mom and find out what's in the package? I was like, that's a great idea. So I take the package, I drive home, I change my license plates, right? I was like, they're calling the FBI for sure at this point. I call my mom, I go, hey, I need to know if anything in this package is flammable for the post office. And she's like, well, I don't know if the oil is flammable, but I did put hairspray and deodorant in the package, and that's super flammable. I was like, why the fuck would you do that? She goes, well, in case they x-ray the package. I'm not making any of this up, by the way. I just want you to know. Literally, in her mind, she was like, whoever's working the x-ray machine is gonna be like, what is that, marijuana? Oh, there's deodorant, never mind. It's like, no one would put those two things in the same package. Everyone knows stoners have poor hygiene. If it were dreadlock oil or Jamaican flags, we'd be a little concerned, but nothing to see here. So I take the package, I cut it open, I take out all the bomb-making materials, and I seal it back up. And I call my mom, I'm like, all right, I'm heading back to the post office. Any last-minute instructions? She's like, well, don't go back to the same post office. What, are you, an idiot? I'm like, yeah, apparently, all right? Look, this is my first felony. You gotta give me more specific directions. She goes, take it to your brother's house and make him send it. You're too honest. Sorry, just how I was raised, I guess. I had really shitty parents growing up, so. I didn't know what to do. I just drove to my brother's house. I was like, Mom wants you to mail this out. I wouldn't ask a lot of questions. And then I just left. I was like, I'm downgraded to an accessory. Yeah. A couple months later, I was on tour to the state my mom lives in. I'm not gonna mention which state now. Bunch of narcs in here, but I was visiting my mom. I go, hey, did your friend ever get that package? You know? She goes, yeah, she did. Thank you so much. And then I started laughing because I was picturing this moment where I tell everybody, and she caught on really quickly. She was like, this is not for the stage. I was like, no, this joke isn't for me. This joke is for my friend. He really needs it, you know? So... It's funny now, because looking back on my life, I should have realized that was just the first warning sign that my mom was going to be an international drug lord someday. I got some dental surgery a little while ago. I've been insecure about my teeth for my whole life. I've always had giant gums and small teeth, which doesn't matter, but it's not the look they're putting in magazines. So, one day, a buddy of mine goes, dude, there's this dentist in Portland, Oregon that will give you free surgery if you do his podcast. I was like, sounds real Craigslist-y to me, but considering my health insurance is through GoFundMe, like I don't know what other option I have. So I drive down to Portland, and it turns out it's a real podcast. He's a real dentist also. That is more important. I should have led with that. He's not a real dentist, but that podcast was fire. You know, that's not a good sentence. No, he's a real dentist. You just go in this alley and get in his van, and he does all the work for free. No, he's totally real. He showed me a license. Could have been fake, but it's a podcast. It's called Drilled Podcast. You can look it up. The whole premise is that he gets comedians high on laughing gas, and then he interviews them. And yeah, actually, now that I say that out loud, I'm not sure that that's legal, but not my problem anymore. Surgery is done and paid for, and it turned out great. But what's crazy is it's been 2 years now, and none of my friends have ever said anything. Like, no one even noticed, which is crazy. Like, this is a thing I've been insecure about my whole life, and it turns out no one gave a shit. But that's also a nice life lesson on the other end of it, right? Like, hey, it doesn't really matter what you look like. It's how you treat people and who you are on the inside. So, yeah. So, I'm getting my tits done next week. That's gonna be exciting. Yeah. I'm gonna stream my colonoscopy on Twitch later, so you gotta do what you gotta do to get the stuff done. But they gave me some drugs after the surgery, and they were great. They were really effective, and the pain went away. And then a couple days later, there was no more pain, so I put the drugs away. And then a couple days after that, the pain came back, but this time it was on the inside. And I found myself wondering out loud. I was like, I wonder where I put those drugs. And I was like, well, that's not a good sentence to say alone in your room. So I called my mom, because I was like, well, she's the expert on drugs. She'll know what to do. I go, hey, they gave me these drugs, and I think they're too strong. I don't trust myself having them in my house. I think I'm just going to throw them away. And she goes, you should sell them. And I did, which has got to be the worst part of the story. A lot of people end up in jail because they're like, oh, I had a rough childhood. My parents weren't around all the time. And I'm going to end up in jail like, I had a rough childhood. My parents were around all the time. Just really bad influences on me. For example, recently I was on tour to a state where marijuana is not legal, and I wanted some, and my mom wasn't around. So I sent a text to a buddy of mine. He replied back in 3 minutes. And he goes, here's my drug dealer's address. He's expecting you. I was like, wow. Yeah, it feels sudden. I I don't know what I thought was gonna happen. Like, he's gonna send me a list of names. I'm gonna Yelp the drug dealers. Like, oh, Slayer has 4 stars. Let's go with that guy, you know? Yeah. But I'm not gonna just drive to a random address in the middle of the night for a little bit of pot. That's ridiculous. So I'm driving to a random address in the middle of the night for just a little bit of pot. And I'm realizing on the ride there, I'm like, this is exactly why weed needs to be legal everywhere. I shouldn't have to get stabbed behind a dumpster of a 7-Eleven just to make a Ben Stiller movie funny for once. That seems like too much work. A lot more Ben Stiller fans than I thought, but I get to the guy's house and he opens the door and he goes, oh my God, Andrew Rivers from Dry Bar Comedy? My friends are never gonna believe that you're at my house buying drugs. I was like, you don't have to tell them. If they're not gonna believe you anyway, maybe we can skip a step, you know? He goes, come in, man, I'm gonna hook you up. He kept saying that all night. He's like, I'm hooking you up. You're getting hooked up tonight. And I only bring that up so you know the rest of the story is his fault. So I get in there, he is hooking me up. He's literally pouring marijuana out of a coffee can into a giant Ziploc bag. And I'm like, well, that's more than I asked for, but I deserve it. So I didn't know. But then I thought, like, maybe I'm taking advantage of him because he thinks I'm a big celebrity or whatever. You know, I don't want to ruin his whole imagination. He's gonna call TMZ the next day and be like, guess who bought drugs? And they're like, who? And then he's like, oh no. So I was like, why don't I just like give him $20 out of the generosity of my heart? I really thought I was being a nice guy. And so I get $20 out of my pocket, I'm like counting it up, and he goes, yeah man, that'll just be $100. Yeah, this is clearly not my fault. I obviously don't know the drug dealer lingo, okay? When he said he's hooking me up, I thought I was getting free drugs. He meant like a student discount, you know what I mean? Imagine if I said, I'm hooking you guys up with tickets tonight, and then you showed up and they're like, it's $40 each. And you'd be like, that's a reasonable price for a level of talent we're about to see, but we really had our hearts set on free. Maybe we could work out an early bird special or something, you know? So I didn't want to back out of the transaction also, because I didn't know if that was like a faux pas of drug deals. Like, when the bag is sealed, so is the deal, man. You know, I was like... So I just accidentally bought $100 worth of marijuana. And then I left. I gave him 4 stars on Drug Dealer Yelp. I figured, you know, fast service, good hours, but does not accept his competitors' coupons. I get to my hotel, I smoke a joint, and then the next day, I'm driving to the airport because it was my last day in town, which is why I only wanted a little bit of marijuana in the first place. So I'm driving to the airport, and I'm realizing, like, what am I gonna do with $99 of leftover marijuana? I can't just throw it away. I can hear my mom now. There are starving kids in China that would love to have that marijuana, you know, so... Then I had an idea. I was like, I'll just mail it to myself. Yeah. Where would he come up with that plan? Thanks, Mom. I get to the post office, I hand the guy my package, and then we have a moment. Because we both realized at the exact same time that simply adding a second Ziploc bag does not cover the smell of $99 worth of marijuana. I know that seems obvious, but this is still my first felony. You gotta remember, the other one was downgraded to a misdemeanor, so this is crazy. You're not gonna believe this. It turns out when you smoke marijuana, you also smell like marijuana. So the whole car ride, I put it in another bag, and I was like, I don't smell anything. And I got to the post office, I put it in another bag, and I was like, I don't smell anything. And then as soon as I handed it to the guy, I was like, that's all I smell. And then he made eye contact, as if to confirm it. He was like, don't do this to me, man. You put me in a tough spot. So I just backed out slowly. I was like, be my guy on the inside. I get to my car, and I immediately Googled, what happens if I mailed myself drugs? Which has got to be the dumbest move of all time. I'm still on their Wi-Fi. Like, they don't even need a warrant to just go through my phone and be like, oh, look at that. Super guilty. Also, not the most embarrassing thing on my search history, okay? Definitely the most illegal, but not the most embarrassing. They were stepsisters, that's fine, technically. Don't worry about it. A couple days later, I get home. I do not have a package of drugs, but I do have a love letter from the post office. And it says, hey, we confiscated your package because we suspect that there are drugs in it. I'm like, wow, what gave you that impression? And the letter says, hey, we don't have a warrant to open your package, so we're gonna just hang on to it. Unless you wanna come down. We could just open it together, you know? If there's no drugs, you just be on your way. I'm like, I think you guys just hang on to it. I don't know who's trying to send me drugs, but I do not approve of that, all right? I probably shouldn't have used my mom's return address. I just figured, she's already in the system. I'm not going down like that. My dad doesn't use marijuana, which is good. I mean, if he's losing his keys this much sober, maybe pot's not for you. Getting old is just being permanently stoned anyway, right? You're just walking around like, where did I put my keys? I'm hungry, I need a nap. You know what I mean? Like, every time I get stoned, I'm like, I'm me from the future. This is gonna be great. My dad's actually been sober for 30 years, which is suspicious. Because I'm 36. Sure, that's just a coincidence, right? It's definitely an awkward conversation to have. Like, hey, what was your rock bottom? Oh, you. All right, appreciate it. I have no idea what I did as a kid, but imagine he sat me down. I was like, look, if I don't quit drinking, one of us isn't gonna make it. So, I'm glad he made the right choice. I would have missed him. I'm not sober yet. I would like to quit drinking, but I'm worried that if I do, I'll have to get a personality. Seems like a lot of work. I'm trying to moderate my drinking for now. It's not great. I'm just trying to make a decision before a judge makes one for me. So my new life motto is that 2 drinks is the new midnight, right? Because when I was growing up, my dad would always be like, nothing good happens after midnight. Sure, we've all heard that lecture, you know, nothing open but legs, hospitals, and ATMs. Comedy skips a generation, I guess. Look, it's great dad advice. If you're withdrawing money from an ATM at 1 in the morning, it's not going to charity. You know what I mean? Like, Red Cross doesn't have a drop box. It's 9 a.m. Puerto Rico time. They need it now. That hurricane was bad. If you're withdrawing money at 1 in the morning for charity, that's the stripper's name. So, no judgment. I've bought plenty of textbooks. For me, 2 drinks is the new midnight, because nothing good happens after 2 drinks. For me, I'm a lightweight. I have 2 drinks. I'm like, I feel so sexy and successful. This is amazing. And your drunk logic is like, if I feel this good after 2 drinks, imagine how I feel after 17, you know? But it's never a continuous experience, a lot of diminishing returns, right? You get to 3 drinks, it's pretty much the same, so it tricks you. You're like, well, nothing bad has happened. I just gotta keep drinking. It's like, no, you don't unlock new levels. Tone it down. You get to 4 drinks, it starts going back down. It's real subtle at first, but 4 drinks, you're like, I should call my ex-girlfriend. I bet she wants to hear from me at 1 in the morning, right? 5 drinks, you're like, condoms are overrated, you know, and then you get to 7 drinks, you're like, I'm gonna be a comedian. Like, no good decision. Thanks for clapping. I came up with the rule because I had an incident a couple years ago. Got a little too drunk. I ended up texting an ex-girlfriend. Not in like a sappy, like, oh, I miss your cuddles. I'm too gangster for that. I was at a bar. It was Easter Sunday, so I was like, what would Jesus do, you know? Probably get hammered, so... They weren't gonna get it if you didn't say anything. I was at a bar. A 65-year-old man walked into the bar wearing a dress, which is very funny. He wasn't transitioning. If he was, the drugs were not effective. Like, he had a full gray beard. He wasn't wearing makeup. He wasn't trying to be pretty. That's all I'm gonna assume. I think he was just drunk. He was like, 17 drinks, I'll wear a dress in public, I'm hilarious. You know, which, hey, you know, different hobbies than me. Live your life, Senator. So I took a photo with me and Mrs. Doubtfire, and I sent that to my ex-girlfriend. I go, hey, I just want to let you know I've moved on. Will you guys text her and let her know that's funny? Because I'm still blocked. What's funny to me is even before I sent the text, I was staring at my phone for 10 minutes like, this probably doesn't end well, you know? Do you ever have that instinct that you ignore all the time? But I was with my best friend. I was like, surely Corey wouldn't lead me down the wrong path. What are friends for? So I showed him the photo. I go, hey, should I send this? He was like, that's hilarious. I was like, that's not the question I asked you. Is this a good idea? He was like, that's hilarious. I'm happy single. I hate the process of a breakup, though, because all your friends reach out and they're like, oh, what happened? You guys seem so happy. It's like, yeah, I'm not posting the bad stuff on Facebook. That's what happened, right? Who does that? Here's a selfie of us. I mean, she's crying for some reason. Probably my fault, like it always is, you know? Why is this only getting 4 likes? I don't understand. Facebook's not real life. Facebook should be like church. You know, you just check in twice a week to show off your outfit and remind everyone that you're better than them. That's what it's for. Can't do that on Dry Bar. Yeah, went through a breakup recently, but don't worry, I'm gonna get her back with these jokes. It was a real surprise breakup. I didn't see it coming at all. I was always trying to keep things spicy in the bedroom, so we always played a game that was her favorite. It's called Sexy Librarian, which is where I'm not allowed to talk and she reads a book. Instead, not a fun game. I never got to be librarian. Let's switch it up once in a while. We had a lot of communication issues, I realized. You know, she was always trying to hint things to me during the relationship, but I'm an idiot. You know, one morning she was like, I had a dream last night that you started working out. You got super ripped. It was so sexy. I'm like, oh. I had a dream that you accepted me for who I was. You know, and that's not... Yeah. I won the battle, but I lost the girl, you know. After we broke up, I was replaced by a dog, which is refreshing to know the relationship wasn't my fault after all. She just needed someone that would obey her commands. I know you guys can't laugh. You're like, she's right there. It's dark, but it's not that dark. Trying to get back out there. I was seeing this girl over the summer, and things are going well. One night we were about to hook up, but she's got a random nosebleed in the middle of it. Like, out of nowhere, her nose started bleeding. At least that's what I told the cops. And, you know... You know what's interesting about making out with someone who's bleeding? You don't know for a while. Because I'm not making out with my eyes open like some kind of creep, like, oh, I like to watch. I want to remember this. So you just kind of go until you taste blood. Pennies, huh? So that kind of killed the vibe for the night. We never ended up having sex. And then just because of scheduling, like we never got to hang out again after that. Like I went on tour and she didn't want to talk to me anymore, so we just went our separate ways. But then a couple months later, she showed up on a reality TV show called The Bachelor. Ooh. 6 people watch the show, that's good. It's a reality TV show, right? They take 40 women, they make them live in the same house and date one guy, and they're not allowed outside contact with the world. It's like Survivor, but they let them shave. So, she didn't end up marrying the guy on TV, but she went viral because her name's Katie, but they just called her the dildo girl. Because like Survivor, you get to bring an emotional support item from home, and she brought a giant dildo. And now she has like 1 million Instagram followers, and I feel like she owes me. Because if we'd actually had sex that night, she wouldn't be the dildo girl, you know what I'm saying? Yeah? She'd be the very sexually satisfied reality show contestant. That is not getting anybody 1 million Instagram followers. I'm her origin story. If she hadn't left my house so unsatisfied, well, it sounds like we did hook up, kinda, but anyway, she became the Bachelorette, which is exciting. Yeah. As soon as that happened, everybody I know was like, you gotta go on the show and you gotta win her back. This is your destiny. I was like, all right, I don't know how much I want to lean into that, you know? I don't need my claim to fame to be, I'm the guy who couldn't close the deal with the horny chick from TV. That's me, you know? TMZ's chased me through airports. It's the guy who got rejected by Snooki. All right, thank you. No autographs, please. Now that the show is on, I'm so glad that they didn't pick me to be on it, because it's reality TV. That would have been a disaster. They're not looking for me. They want symmetrical faces and white teeth, and every guy on there is like, I'm a firefighter, but this is my orphanage. I look after it in my spare time, you know? It's all, every intro is like, it's Greg, he plays hockey, and they show him playing hockey. And I'm like, what would they do with me? You know, like, Andrew's a comedian. It's just me jerking off in a La Quinta, you know? Like, I'm here for the right reasons. So I can stop doing this all the time. Sorry for the visual. Or you're welcome. I'm actually really glad that the relationship ended like that, because there's closure, right? Most relationships end and you just don't talk to each other for a while because of the judge. And just me. But this happened, and now I just get to watch TV and go, oh, well, it's obvious she still wants me. I mean, what does this guy have that I don't besides abs and a job? Doesn't make sense, actually. It's a really tough year to be single because of COVID, right? Because I didn't want to get it. And I don't think I got it, by the way. I think I'm the only person that thinks that. Everyone I talk to is like, oh yeah, I had it back in 2012. Shit was crazy. I'm like, all right, cool. Just trying to keep my distance anyway, but I have friends like that. They're like, dude, maybe you had it, you just don't know. I'm like, well, I think I'm gonna know. I can feel a winter storm coming in my right leg, but I'm gonna be asymptomatic for the worst virus in 100 years. I don't think so. I've never been asymptomatic for anything in my entire life. They say 50% of chlamydia cases are asymptomatic, but I've felt it every single time. So, I basically just didn't have sex for an entire year, which I don't recommend, but now that I'm through, I'm like, when it comes to humping, I'm like a camel, you know? I can just go a long time through a dry stretch. And because I wanted to keep touring, and it's like you can't be on Tinder. There's enough diseases on there as it is. You don't want to add COVID to the list. And so what I would do is I'd basically, like, I had to go to one of the cooler states, you know? Like, like Washington's in like phase 2, but Texas was phase too many people are alive the whole time. So I would like fly there, go do a show, fly back, get tested, and then just hide out in my apartment in case I got sick. And people were like, why would you go on tour during a pandemic? And it's a complicated answer, so just bear with me. But I heard a story about Jim Carrey. Early on in his comedy career, he wrote himself $1 million check and then post-dated it for like 10 years in the future as a way to motivate himself to become famous. And then when that day came around, he was able to cash $1 million check to himself. And I did a similar thing. It's called credit cards. And the whole time I was like, money isn't real. And then they're like, we want that back. And I was like, guess I'm on tour during coronavirus. And But a couple months ago, I was on tour, and this girl came up to me after a show. She goes, I've already had COVID. I was like, oh, that is a great pickup line. You should keep using that. I feel so safe when I'm with you. And we hit it off. We had a couple drinks. End of the night, we were making out. And then I got nervous in the middle of kissing her, because I was like, well, I know she doesn't have it, but what if it's just like on her? Right? Look, I'm not a scientist. I don't know how it works, but if she's got the antibodies, she's probably just, raw dogging it without a mask the whole time. Just collecting loose COVID all over her face, or I don't know. Maybe she's got leftovers. I don't know how it works. Either way, I'm over here like, yeah, spit in my mouth. That's hot, It's tough to be single just because of all the social change we've had the last couple years. It makes it interesting. I was reading a Playboy for the articles, and there was an article that said modern consent is where someone is as enthusiastic about having sex with you as you are with them. I was like, I don't think I've ever had consensual sex. Like, I'm so glad you guys laugh at that joke. I swear, every time. I'm like, hope this one works. I'm not saying no one wants to fuck me. It's just I'm doing most of the convincing. You know what I mean? But this article made it sound like sex is supposed to be like launching a nuclear missile, where I'm like, I have a key and you have a key, and we both turn it at the same time, and then phone the president to confirm the launch codes. Like, that sounds amazing. Just not happening often. I don't know. Consent is tricky, I guess. Because sometimes consent is too enthusiastic, and that scares me off also. It's this weird Goldilocks zone, which is an awkward name for a joke about consent, because I don't think she had permission to go in that house. But I was texting a girl one time, and I invited her over. She goes, as long as you're not gonna murder me. I was like, I'm not gonna murder you, but I'll choke you if you ask. She goes, shouldn't even have to ask. I was like, I think you should have to ask. I think that's important. I appreciate the enthusiasm. It's just a lot of red flags for me. I mean, not enough, we still fucked. But the whole time, I was like, hey, you better watch yourself. 16 or 17 more red flags. I am out of here, all right? You better be careful. I tried to date a couple girls this year. Almost every girl I dated ended up dumping me to get back with an ex-boyfriend, which is a disturbing trend. It feels like girls date me for 3 weeks, and then they're like, maybe I can't do better. I'm like, oh, okay. I'll just be over here working on myself, I was flirting with this nurse gal for a couple months. That was pretty hot, I'm not gonna lie. I have always had a fetish for that kind of thing, Employed women. Oh my God, that is sexy. Oh, you got a steady paycheck and job security. That is hot. Yeah. Things didn't really work out. The pandemic was getting in the way of our sexy nurse role play we used to do. Because at first it was low cleavage and red lipstick. And then it was like, nice N95, baby. That's so hot. Ooh, your PPE is a garbage bag. Woo! You're steaming up my face shield, Looking like Andy Reid on game day. It's a joke for 3 people, but it's a good one. I thought during the lockdown, that's a perfect opportunity to reach out to some friends I hadn't talked to in a while. So I called this girl from high school who was like, not even if we're the last people on Earth. Like, hey, did you read the news? It's almost time, call me. Her exact response was, call me when cars are abandoned on I-5. I was like, oh, so you're saying there's a chance. And then protests started blocking traffic. I was like, hey, remember me? All right. Put me in the game, coach. Come on. I'm gonna call her tomorrow. Hey, there's aliens. Did you hear about aliens? It's not the end of the world. We're fine. We're getting through it. We made it out of this thing, I think. And that's exciting. It was close. It was a scary couple months for sure. Protests every night. And I saw one sign at a protest that said, racism is the worst virus. I was like, oh, that's a good one. I think racism and coronavirus have a lot in common. Because, like, some of us only have a little bit of it. You can give it to other people without knowing it. And your grandma will probably die with it. So... Ooh, all right. Clapping at dead grandma jokes, my kind of crowd. A lot of scientists thought there'd be a COVID baby boom because everyone's locked up and nothing to do but bang each other. But it turns out the opposite is happening. They say nobody's breeding enough, which makes sense to me. I don't think parents trapped at home with their kids are like, you know what would make this better? 17 more of these rugrats running around, yeah? Sure, each kid needs his own laptop to go to school, and dad just lost his job, but let's pump him out. It's a pandemic. We don't know how long it's gonna last. We might have to eat one of them. I tried to do some baby booming. I got invited to an orgy, which was exciting, but it was on Zoom. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's the first orgy I've ever been invited to, and I still have to do all the work? That doesn't seem fair. How does it even work? I've only got 2 hands. I'll let you guess where the others go. All right. I'll give you a hint. 2 here. Okay, all right. I think Zoom is the right app for an orgy. Sometimes the connection is slow and the screen is all fuzzy. It reminds me when I was 13 trying to watch porn on a channel my parents wouldn't pay for, you know? Oh, if I squint, I can make out a boob. That's pretty hot. Yeah, baby. Ooh, nice nipples. Oh, that's your cat. All right. I was wondering why there were so many. Plus, there's like 17 different squares. I can't focus on that. I've got ADHD. Feels like I'm jerking off to the Brady Bunch intro, you know? Oh, Alice. Love a woman that knows her way around the kitchen. Just one creepy guy. Yeah, it's good. Nailed it. Immortalized forever. It's so exciting to be back to full-size crowds. I mean, for the last couple months, I'm performing in like 50% capacity and like 25% capacity, and I think I adjusted too quickly because the whole time I was like, this is fine. And now that I'm performing in full-size crowds again, I'm like, wait, this is way... It feels like I discovered my girlfriend has been faking an orgasm for the last year. I'm like, wait, is that how this is supposed to sound? Because that is way different. I feel like I've been lied to. I'm gonna miss some of the spaced out stuff. I'm uncomfortable in crowds, you know? I went to a Portland Blazers game in the playoffs that was exciting, and it was only like 1/3 arena, which was... By the way, are they opening arenas based on how far teams advance in the playoffs? That's my conspiracy theory, I think. Because LA was the strictest lockdown city, and then the Clippers made the second round, and they're like, open it up, we need home court advantage. But it was nice to not have a, you know, normally live sports is always uncomfortable. There's a guy spilling beer on your head, and this guy's yelling racial slurs, and I get it, it's the name of the team, so, you know, go football team. But I love the NBA playoffs last year. We're in the bubble. That was very exciting. Although I didn't like that the players had social justice slogans on their jersey instead of their name. And I'm fine with politics in sports. I just don't know the names of the players anymore. I'm yelling at the TV like, fuck you, Black Lives Matter, yeah. You and education reform can suck my dick, you know, so. Anyway, long story short, I'm not allowed at Buffalo Wild Wings anymore. I'm in the corner like, Minneapolis is on fire. They're like, please leave. We've asked you so many times to stop. I'm glad things are opening up, but I feel like they're opening schools too soon. That one worries me. Kids are giant balls of disease in the first place. There's no way this ends well. That's probably why COVID doesn't affect them, right? Coronavirus enters a kid's body, all the other diseases are like, seats taken. Kids are giant bats. They hang upside down, they poop on everything. They use high-pitched screeches to move around, but I do think schools are doing a good job. They're trying, you know, I think they're very prepared for COVID. At least if a kid gets sick and dies, they already have plenty of chalk to outline the body, so that's fine. All right, well, you're not gonna like the next couple jokes, so. I'm glad they ended the mask mandate for vaccinated people or liars. That's good. And look, don't get me wrong, I wear the mask whenever I have to. I'm a good person, but sometimes I forget because I just don't leave the house anymore. The other day, I walked into a Whole Foods without my mask. Holy shit. That was a near-death experience for me. I'm just minding my own business. People are following me around the store, filming me. There's a Karen in the corner going, call the police, he's gonna murder everybody. I was like, shit. I think I accidentally discovered what it's like to be black in a Target, you know? It's a tough joke to pull off in a town without black people, I get it. You're right, let's move on to less controversial topics. Confederate statues, okay? So here's the thing. Wait, where's everybody going? Look, I see both sides of the issue, if I'm being honest. Because on the one hand, the Confederacy lasted 4 years. That's not really heritage. It's more like a phase you went through in high school. On the other hand, I had a girlfriend for 3 months that I still write jokes about 3 years later, so I get it. It's hard to get over stuff sometimes, you know? She keeps texting me going, give me back my underwear. I'm like, no, those are monuments to history, okay? If we forget our past, we're doomed to repeat it. I bought a pull-up bar because I was gonna get prison ripped during lockdown. It worked. I mostly just use it to hang laundry. The other day, though, I was walking by and my belt was hanging from the pull-up bar. There was no one even around, but I was like, not today, you know? That's just how I got through. You know? Just the power of positive thinking. I went hiking all the time. That's what I did. What better for your depression than to be alone in the woods for several hours? Just looking over cliffs like, oh, I bet that would hurt. At least if I fell, I'd feel something. I might be the only one that does this, but whenever I look over a cliff, I like to imagine which part of my body would hit first. And then that's how I know I still want to live. Sounds like just me. I was worried about bears at first because I'm a pussy. And I did some research, but it's very confusing because it says, oh, if it's a brown bear, do one thing. But if it's a black bear, do the complete opposite. I'm like, well, that's fine, but how do I explain to the bear that I don't see color, you know? I'm one of the good ones, bear. I'm on your team. I go back online, I did more research. It turns out there's like a nursery rhyme for bears. I don't know if you've heard of this, but it goes, if it's brown, lay down. If it's black, fight back. I think they got that from LAPD, actually. That's where that's from. Oh. If it's a polar bear, you say, all lives matter, and he lets you go, you know? So. Some of you might be laughing for the wrong reason, but we'll never know. I'm tired of fake service dogs. Yeah. And look, I want to be very clear. I'm not making fun of anybody with an actual disability. I'm making fun of people without any actual friends. You know, the type. They just throw a vest on their dog and bring it to every restaurant. Oh, I'm lonely. I wonder why. Did you try making human friends, or was it difficult with the rat you keep in your purse? My friend has a service dog, but it's a Chihuahua. I was like, I don't think that counts. She's like, no, it helps with my anxiety. I'm like, the dog shakes more than you do. Like, I think your service dog needs a service dog, to be honest. How does it work? Do you have 2 separate Xanax prescriptions or just one that you share? One for you, one for me. Oh, they're wrapped in peanut butter. It's a purse dog, and that's fine. You want a dog for your purse, just call it a purse dog. If a dog fits in your purse and its natural predator is a gust of wind, like, I think you're keeping it alive more than it's keeping you alive. If you need something for emotional support that's gonna fit in your purse, get a gun. Same thing, you know, dogs don't bite people, people bite people. It's not my fault. These are my service animals, Smith and Wesson, you know what I'm saying? Whenever I'm feeling anxious, I just pull them out and start petting them. Oh, really calms me down. Everyone I don't like just leaves the room. It's so effective. Who's a good boy? Oh, Daddy loves you. I won't let Obama take you. Maybe I'm sensitive because I travel every week for comedy, but I'm just tired of it. Every time I get on a plane, it's Noah's Ark, you know? There's 13 emotional support turkeys, a service pig, you know? I was on a flight one time, I saw a woman with an emotional support cat. That has gotta be the worst animal for emotional support. Cats are assholes in general. How does that even work? I'm feeling sad, where's my kitty? Go fuck yourself, I don't wanna talk to you. I think the only reason you need an emotional support cat is so it cuts your wrist for you when you're depressed. All right, thank you guys very much. My name is Andrew Rivers. All right. Get out of here. Do a merch pitch. Real quick, before I get out of here, after the show, I got a little shirt for sale, so the government doesn't know I make money. And it's an emotional support t-shirt, okay? Because if you're feeling sad and you don't have your service dog or your vape pen, you just pet this guy, oh, and it lines up with your nipples. You're like, I feel so much better already. All my anxiety. I need emotional support underwear, you know? Hey, any underwear is emotional support underwear if you pet it long enough. If you buy his shirts, these are all in the VIP package, but you get a little beer koozie. Has my social, Andrew J. Rivers on Instagram, YouTube, OnlyFans, and then there's a joke on the other side because I saw a bumper sticker one time say, "Cars are like wives. If it ain't yours, don't touch." And I was like, what a dumb sticker. So I made these koozies that say, "Cars are like wives, I accidentally banged yours." And I know, I'm sorry. It was an accident, calm down. I left a note. Don't worry, insurance is gonna cover it, because she was totaled. Am I right? All right. All right, that's for real, that's all right. You don't have to clap, you already clapped enough.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. I never thought that my DVD taping would be next to a mental hospital. That was my biggest fear when we came down to, producer said, "This is where we want to shoot it." Did you know there's a mental hospital? Like, we're not even next to it. We're actually in it. Like, we're in the hospital. I took kinesiology in university. Thank you. Yeah, big word for gym. It just sounds better the way I say it. My first job, I was a teacher. That's what I did. And first job, I lied to get a job because there were no phys ed jobs. And that completely backfired. They made me teach grade 12 history. I know, I didn't even take grade 12 history when I was in high school. So I'm teaching it, and I'm like the 10th smartest person in the class. That's not good. Awful. No idea what I was doing. Had never taken history in my life. I had to go home every night, read the chapters myself first to learn everything. Then I'd come in and teach it. That's how the whole year was. I'd I'd even assign the homework like this every night. All right, tonight for homework, I'd like you to read chapters 1 to 3, okay? And then stop reading, all right? Don't go reading ahead. Coming in asking questions tomorrow on stuff I haven't learned yet. That's a no-no. We don't do that. Because that's what the smart kids would do. Every day I had this kid, Duncan. Every day he had a new question. Sir, what happened to the Mayan civilization? What chapter's that, Duncan? 15. What are you, a loser? You read the whole book already? I couldn't call him a loser. I could think it. But that's the thing, right? Teachers don't know the answer. We don't admit it. I never said, I don't know. I'd lie. Throw it back on the kids. That was my trick. Oh, is that right, Duncan? Huh. So you think I'm just going to spoon feed you the answers all year, do you? No, that's not how I teach, kids. So thanks to Duncan, I would like the rest of you to go home tonight and look up what happened to whatever he's mumbling about at the back. That was my whole year. It's horrible. I'd have Duncan come up and write the question on the board in big letters. Because I needed to see how he spelled Mayan so I could Google it later myself. Thank God for Google. When you can't spell something, at the top it says, "Did you mean this word, idiot?" Thank you, Google Master. It was horrible. Then you had to come in the next day, take up the homework. Oh, I still don't know what happened to the Mayan civilization. Kids have their hand up. I'm like, put your hand down, Dave. You got a 30 average. I'm not gambling on your answer. Can't ask a kid with a 30 average. I don't know if he's right or wrong. He's going to give an answer. I'm just going to be like this. That's a good. Let's see what someone smarter than you thinks. That's how I had to. Lorraine, can you tell us what happened to the Mayan civilization? And then whatever she would say, I would vote. How many people agree with that answer? There you go, Duncan. That's exactly what happened right there. There's a whole year of that. One kid smoked pot every day. Unbelievable. Pot. This kid would smoke it every morning, 9 o'clock, first period. Walk in stoned every day like I'm stupid. I can't tell you're stoned. It's 12th grade. You stick out like a sore thumb. Teachers aren't idiots. Then I thought about it. I think the only grade that kids could have smoked up before class and walked in without getting caught was kindergarten. That's the only grade. Think about it. You could have smoked up all you want before kindergarten. Stormed into class. No one would know. It took everybody an hour and a half to get their coat and boots off. You smoke up all you want. You'll be taking forever to get your boots off. So would everybody else. You'd be like, God, everybody smoked up today. Look at this. Who's the dealer? Imagine being stoned at the age of 4. That would be hilarious. Trying to get that piece of crap $8 snowsuit off. Remember this thing from Kmart? Had one zipper. Started at your forehead. Couldn't breathe for the first 3 minutes of the day. Got stuck 15 times. You're stoned out of your mind, walking around going, God, it's hot. It's hot. It's June. Why am I wearing a snowsuit? This pot is screwing up my ability to recognize the seasons. What kind of crap zipper was that? One zipper. When only the left leg came out, remember? It started up here, wrapped around a couple times, in case it wasn't on tight enough, we'll wrap it up. And then only the left leg. That's how it was made. People making it were like, let the little potheads figure it out. We don't need 2 zippers. So you're stoned out of your mind and you can't get it off. You're like, I can't get the right leg out. And you're dragging around your snowsuit. You think it's a dead body because of the pot. You're like, whoa, there's a dead body. You're getting tired. That's a great grade to be stoned. Miss, I'm tired. When's our nap? Oh. Did I miss snack time? I'm starving. I'm so hungry. I was racist in grade 1. Yeah. I didn't mean to be racist. I don't know why I did this. My best friend was a kid named Rami Jahari. That's how he said his name. I don't know why I did this. I wasn't trying to be funny. I wasn't trying to be mean. I was just a 6-year-old kid. He was one of my best friends, but I'd call him over every recess. Rami! Okay, let's try this. Did I say anything? Nothing? Okay, I got some other ideas tomorrow. I'll see you at recess. I do that every day. Then I go to his house for lunch. You ever go to an Arabic person's house for lunch when you're 6? It's terrifying. Everything they say, they sound angry. His father would come in the room. Rama! Mitayaka si tayar makaratia! Okay. My dad would like to know if you like peanut butter and jelly sandwich for lunch. I had a buddy skipped grade 1. Wow. How the hell do you skip grade 1? What are you, big finger painting champion? Duck, duck, goose winner every day? Wow, look at that kid run. Skip him. How stupid do you feel, though, walking into grade 2? You just skipped grade 1. Everyone's looking at you, mocking you. Look, that's the kid right there. Skip grade 1. No, shut up. Heard he's really good at cooperating with others. Remember, I had to do the food groups project. Remember this waste of time? Did it every year. It's like every teacher assigned it. It's those teachers that had nothing to do. That was me. No lesson plans. I'd show movies when I taught. This is how selfish I was as a teacher. One year I was teaching geography, and I was showing Rudy. Because I like that movie. Had nothing to do with the class. I'm like, this has nothing to do with geography. Happened in Indiana, okay? But what I would do is I had geography period 1 and geography period 2, the same grade. I would show period 1 the first half, and then I'd just keep it going the second half. They're like, what? Period 2 is like, why are we watching this in the middle? Well, I just saw the first half. I don't want to see it again. I remember doing the food groups, though, every year. So then I assigned it every year. That's how it works. I'm going to do what all my teachers did. But I remember being in grade 1, and we had to do this project. 6 years old, if you're going to do a project and they sign someone with you, you got to be supervised. You can't leave 2 6-year-old boys up in a room doing a project, because I don't know how we got to this. But we did our project. Nutrition. We couldn't spell. Nutrition. And you underline it. Double underline, double. Put a little R with the number. It's spelled wrong. Put an R, drop it in. Diary product. We couldn't spell. And then they, nutrition, underline, and then diary product. And then they post them in the halls for everyone to see. So your parents can come beat you up at parent-teacher night because they see you can't spell and you embarrass the family name. Because your name's this big on those posters. We go upstairs. This is a true story. I don't know what it means. I don't know how we came to this. We finished taping everything. His mom's picking him up in 2 hours. It takes 15 minutes. We're up in my room, 6 years old. I suggest we tape our penises together. And the thing that blows my mind, when I look back on that day, I can't help but think, What are the odds of finding a kid in the whole world to agree to this? I got the one kid in my room. And he wasn't like, he didn't question it. He was like, yeah. Like it was like, it's like he was thinking it too. And that's the weird stuff you do. Joey, I'll never forget it. Joey and I are up there. Oh, this is gonna be fun. We stripped down. And we just did that. We taped our penises together and we just stared at each other. We didn't know what to do. Completely naked, just standing there. Thinking maybe this wasn't such a good idea. And then he says, I lost it when he said this. I ended up peeing all over him. And he wasn't trying to be funny, but we were 6 years old, we had just learned the alphabet, and he's staring and he says, he's all excited too, we made the letter H. That was it. That was our project. I wasn't even a good student. I remember being in grade 6. That was my worst year. Couldn't read very well. And they made you read out loud. Remember that crap? Get rid of this reading out loud in schools. Nobody is listening to the kid that's reading. We're not following, we're doing the same thing. We all sat at our desks, terrified, counting people to see which paragraph we had. That's all you want to know. Which one do I got to read? Is it big? Is it a big one? I can line it up. Kid, before you go to the bathroom, you're like, oh, I'm screwing up the order. I don't have the same paragraph now. You always had that one kid, too. Every school had that one kid in grade 6 that was 7 reading years behind everybody. Remember this kid, Bruno? Couldn't go to recess till Bruno finished reading. I was like, what? My life was recess in grade 6. I was the first kid lined up. This is how I stood at the door. 2 minutes before the bell, just like this. Come on, let us go, let us go. My buddies are behind me going, go get the field, Gerry, go get the field. Yeah, no kidding, idiot. Why do you think I'm in my fast position? This is, you think I stand like this all day? No, I don't stand like this all day. See the other kids getting out early, you're losing it. Miss, how come that class? Oh. Because we had to get the field. That's how guys lived. You had to get the field or the court. One kid was sent out to touch a pole. Sometimes I'd be on the wrong field, just holding the pole, no one showing up. That was my whole recess. Come on, where are these guys, man? I got the whole field to myself. You had to get the field or the court. Girls didn't care as much in grade 6. You could have fun with nothing. You could take a little corner of the field and find a rock, and you were, girls, a rock. Come on in, I'm gonna create a game. Everyone's welcome, there's no discriminating, no teams since someone's left alone. I'm gonna draw a box, and we're gonna stand in and out, and we'll dance in and out. It's called in and out, I just made it up, and this is our game. We'll be friends forever. Oh, I love it, what a great game. Not us, we had to fight. We couldn't go one day to recess, because Bruno couldn't read, and then the bear licked the honey. I was like, are you kidding me? Why did this kid always yell? It took forever. And then, the BR, that doesn't sound right. Then he'd say the wrong word over and over again, the exact same way. It's like he wasn't even trying anymore. Like-a-da. The BR like-a-da. Can't get this. Like-a-da. Come on. Shut his eyes sometimes, like he was thinking harder. Like-a-da. No. You might want to look at the word. To make matters worse, he's the only kid in the class that wouldn't follow the paragraph with his finger. So he'd finally finish reading that sentence, And then he'd read it again. You're like, what the hell? I just heard this half an hour ago. But he'd read it like 2 different things happened. I didn't know what was going on. And then the BR, like the honey. What? And then the BR, like the honey. What? My book doesn't say that. It was awful. I'm like, come on, Bruno, learn how to read, man. You're 17, it's ridiculous. Put your helmet back on. How come he gets a helmet, miss? Nobody told me why he wore a helmet. How come he gets a helmet? Gets to leave every day at 2 o'clock on his own bus? That's not fair. No one told me I'd show up the next day with the helmet on. Miss, it's 2 o'clock. Bruno and I gotta take off. Our bus is outside, yeah. Poor kid. I couldn't do math in grade 6, too. I remember we did fractions. I had no idea how to do fractions. Then we had a test on fractions. I'll never forget, I got my test back, and my result was a fraction. I had no idea what I got. And kids ask, what'd you get? What'd you get? I don't know, I got another question at the top. And I was so bad at math in grade 6. I'd get my buddy, this is how bad I was. My buddy Dave and I, we didn't know anything. But I knew how to do percent. This is how bad we were, though. I'd get, Dave, you got a calculator? I know. She did it to mine, too. I know how to do percent. Let's see what we got. You got a calculator? Okay. Punch this in. 30? Yeah. Don't hit sin. We don't know what sin does yet. Yeah. I would always bless myself because I didn't know what that sin. It's a sin to hit it. Don't hit it. Don't hit it. Why? Costs. You got 30? Okay. Divide it by 100. That's what the bottom number is. Yeah. Show all your work. Okay. She checks. Show all your work. We'll get part marks. Okay. Now multiply that by 100. That'll give you my percent. What does that say? I think I did good. 30. No. You're doing something wrong because that's... I thought he was smart because he showed me how to spell boobless in the calculator. I was like, wow. That's my math partner right there. I hated math. I remember being in grade 11 math. I'll never forget. Teacher came in one day and said, what's the square root of an imaginary number? What? Hold on, miss. Let me go ask my imaginary friends at the back. That's the kind of stuff they teach you. And the hardest part of teaching is, do we have any teachers here? And what do you teach? Grade 6, that's where I failed. Teaching hungover, gotta be the hardest. Is it not? It's impossible. There's no job. I've had jobs. You can get around it hungover. Not teaching. There's 35 kids with questions that love it. No, don't love it today. Grade 12s, it wasn't so bad. I could walk into the grade 12s when I taught and say, kids, I'm hungover today. I don't feel like talking. They're like, perfect, so are we. This is great. Let's play heads up, 7 up, sir. Yeah, let's do that. That's good. Let's forget the curriculum. Can't do that with the grade 5s. No. They drive you nuts when your head's pounding, you're hungover. There's always that helper kid. Remember this idiot wants to follow you around all day and help? Can I hold the door? Can I get the balls? Shows up at your class at 7 in the morning because his parents can't stand him either. Remember this kid? Oh, drove me nuts. It's the worst with little kids. I had to tell them I was sick. Kids, I'm sick today. And then they want to participate. Maybe you have a tummy ache. No, I don't have a tummy ache. A virus? No, look, I know what I have today. I know what the problem is, okay? You don't need to guess all day, okay? And talking is bad for this sickness that I have. That's the sickness I have. I assigned presentation day when I was hungover the first time. Bad idea. Oh my God, grade 5s, this is the end of the world. This is the biggest day of their life. Presentation on the giraffe. I'm not even listening to these things. I've given everybody 7 out of 10 the night before. I don't care. Just want to get through the day. Not to them, this is it. Especially girls. As soon as you said the word presentation, they weren't listening anymore. They wanted to see if you were going to say the word partner so they could signal. If he says partners, we'll be partners. If he says partners. Okay, that's their signal. Partners, he says partners. Sorry, Julie, I already signaled to Jennifer. It's the signal we have. Sir, can we have groups of 3? Yeah, go ahead. Go in groups of 8. I'm not listening to these things. I hated partners because there's always that one kid that no one picks. Remember this little kid in grade 5? He had a mustache. That's why no one picked him. Remember that kid? Like, Tony, you have a mustache. You're freaking everybody out. Shave it. You're 9. So I got to push him with the helper group. And there's 3 of them standing up there talking. I've got a headache. Chewbacca's not saying a word. He's just playing with his mustache. Everybody's gotten 7 out of 10, but these girls don't get it. They're putting their heart and soul. They have a conference. This is the biggest presentation we'll ever have. We need to get extra marks. They always had extra marks. They'd do anything. They'd bring a giraffe. Bring in the giraffe. Bring it in. We're going to show them what a giraffe is. This is our giraffe. Stop. From Africa. Stop. Girls, you didn't need to go to Africa, okay? You got 7 out of 10 already. You're doing way too much. And then they would just argue. That was the whole presentation. My head's pounding. I'm at the back. Oh, God. Today, we are going to talk about the giraffe. I was supposed to say that. I was supposed to say that. One little mistake. Sir, can we start over? No. Sit down. That was great. 7 out of 10. I had this one class, grade 5s. I hated this one kid. Man, I felt like hitting him. You're not allowed, though. That's not allowed. It's frustrating, because it used to be allowed. Sometimes I think teachers should seriously, the way kids are today, they should get a 1-hit pass at the beginning of the year. You get to use it once, 1 hit. That way, before kids will swear at you, they'll think, I wonder if he's used his pass yet this year, before I act like a moron. Then if you don't use them 1 year, you get to collect them like sick days at the end of your career. You can walk around whacking kids when you're 65. Don't go near him, man. He's nuts. He's got 35 hits left. Don't go near him. Ridiculous. You can't hit him. Billy was just hated this kid. Then I realized one day, you know what? There's nothing that says you can't hit him if you play dodgeball with him. That was the best thing I ever figured out in all my years of teaching. Every day we would play dodgeball. I'd use tennis balls too to speed it up a little bit. Sometimes I'd keep them in the staff room fridge in case it got hot. And I would pick teams. I'd be like, all right, playing dodgeball again. So we play this every day. Yeah, well, you're a prick every day, Billy, so. And I would pick teams, right? And I'd always try to be unbiased, but okay, Billy, you're on that side. Yeah, face the wall over there. Good luck today, okay? And I'm gonna go on this side. I'm gonna be on this team. I'll be the captain, because I'm the best player. And the rest of you go wherever the hell you want. I don't even care if you stay in the gym. You go home for all I care. We don't need witnesses for this game of dodgeball. And I'd always look for the good tennis balls, the ones where the fuzz were all shaved off. Remember those? Those were the best, because you could hear the leather when it hit them. Oh! I got you right in the face, Billy. Wow! Where are you going, Billy? You're not out. No, it's above the net. You're okay. Come on back. Yeah. You're still alive. My parents are Scottish, which is, do we have any Scottish people here? It is, it is a crazy culture. I don't even know half the time what they're saying. But I grew up with it, and we'd go on trips. My dad's a very loud Scottish guy, knows everything. He knows everything. My dad's biggest fear in life was crossing the border to the States. So he would prep us on the rules of the car. He had his own border rules in the car. He was so afraid he'd see it off in the distance. All right. Here it comes. Oh, God, I hate this. I hate this. Could do away with this. All right, when we get here, shut up. I'm the only one speaking. All right? No one says a thing. Then he'd have a rehearsal. So we'd mock him. He wanted to make sure we weren't going to talk, so we'd have a rehearsal. All right, let's practice. You boys in the back. Is he Scottish, Dad? No, he's not Scottish. I'm doing him. Couldn't have long hair. Because my dad thought that made us look like ruffians. Had to take our baseball hats off. All these rules. My mother had sunglasses on once as we're about to pull up. He's freaking out, telling her to take the sunglasses off. Because you look like a bloody prostitute, that's why. That's right, Dad. That's Mom, the 40-year-old Scottish hooker we're trying to sneak into Buffalo. Shut up! You're not supposed to speak. This was just to get by the toll booth. No one was even in it. He didn't know the difference. My parents are 70, and they leave me voice messages, and all it is an argument. That's all it is. There's no message for me. It's just the two of them arguing, because my dad never hears the beep. So this is the message I get from my father the other day. Where the hell's the beep? Hello? Hello? Where's the beep? Then my mom's in the background. Who are you talking to? Would you shut up? I can't hear the beep if you're yapping in the back. Then he gets mad at me in the message. Silence. Yeah, Gerry, this message is no going through here. Call me back. Oh. My dad, he's a mad guy. They tell you things, too, differently than parents in North America. I heard a kid the other day talking back to his mom, 5 years old. She said, I've just about had it. Just about. That means he can continue on being an ass a little longer. You didn't get that chance with my dad. My dad, this is what he would do. He would point out something on his body, and then he would just tell you what he was going to do with it, and then he would just take it to a limit. You're like, man, you're nuts. He'd be like, all right, do you see this hand? See this fist? I'm going to take this fist, and I'm going to smash it through your face in 2 minutes. All right? And then I'm going to take your face, and I'm going to smash the whole face right up against that wall if you don't shut up. Now let's go to Mass. Oh, good. My parents have been married like 47 years. It's like they've been separated for 40 because my mom lives at home, my dad lives at the Legion. That's where he lives. Someone told my dad at the Legion, too, about hockey when he got here. Said, if you're going to put your kids into hockey, you better teach them how to fight. So when I was 6, my dad put me in karate. There's a lot of karate fights and ice hockey. What a waste of time this was. All I learned was how to bow. That's all that you bow. And I learned, I'd go 3 times a week, and I learned this kata. This is what I learned, right? Cost my dad like $1,000 for 6 months. I got a black stripe. I didn't even get the yellow belt. I got the black stripe, which was a cheap piece of electrician's tape that just French guy wrapped around. There you go, good job. $1,000. My dad worked for the TTC for 23 years, hated every day of it. I knew how much he hated it because everything he bought us, he would base it on how many trips it was that day up and down Jane Street because he hated Jane Street. Dad, could I get a bike? A bike! You'd like a bike. Do you know how many times I have to drive up and down Jane Street for your bloody bike? Hey, forget it. Just keep me in karate. Karate. I learned a kata. This is what I learned. Exactly, right? I learned this. That was the first move, and I couldn't remember it, so I had to say, start the lawnmower to myself, because I'm 6. Start the lawnmower. And then I would turn to the side. This is all we learned in 6 months. This, and then you'd wait. There'd be like 12 kids, and you'd wait till he'd come by, and your legs are killing. You're like, oh, this is gonna make me a better fighter, though. Just hang on. So I learned this, and then we would turn to the side every day. Same thing. Another lawnmower, and then a kick. That was how I was gonna beat kids up at the rink. That was what I was gonna do. That's all I knew. I'm actually walking around now thinking I'm a lethal weapon. Like, because that's what you tell people, right? I remember grade 1 recess when there's a fight. The whole school shows up. Fight, fight, fight. Everyone's excited. Even teachers on recess duty were excited. Something to do for 15 minutes. I'm warning people. I got this big Irish kid named Sean. Wants to fight me. Big Irish kid, drinking at recess, the whole 9 yards. And I'm terrified, but I'm telling him I can't fight. I'm trained in the karate. He doesn't care. Everybody's showing up for the fight. I'm trying to bow to everybody because it's embedded in my head. We must bow. Hurry up. Fight's about to start. Oh, God, I got killed. Sean's buddies showed up from behind for support, too. One kid was smoking. Grade 1. That's how rough this kid was with his friends. My kids showed up for support, my buddies, but they just saw West Side Story, so they came snapping and dancing. Woo! Be a fight tonight? No, there's not. I got killed, man. All I knew was my kata. He's standing there ready to kill me. I'm like this. You sure you want to fight? Are you sure? All right, let's go. Bowed, and then I did my lawnmower. This is me fighting. Kid, he's looking at me like, what are you doing? You'll see what I'm gonna do. And then I turned to the side. What the hell's this do? Punching on nothing. They never taught us the guy doesn't move with you. Why don't you come around here, Sean? Can you just move around here, please, so I can finish my kata? Turned around, kicked my friend in the face. I went to church, too. I had to go to church every Sunday. 9 o'clock in the morning. You don't get time to eat. No, let's go. Time for church. Oh, it's the worst when you're little, church. I don't go anymore. I gave it up for Lent a couple years ago. That's a good way out right there. But it was awful. Remember when you were 6? I don't know whatever religion you are, but 2 things I hated about church. It was always hot. And they would tease you, right? There'd be 3 little fans, not on. No. No, we didn't get enough in the collection. We can't afford. You're just dying, and you're always starving because you can't eat an hour before communion. That was the rule. So your whole mass is waiting. The whole mass is waiting for him to say, come and this is the ending. This is the meal. And they hold it up, and you're like, oh, God, I hope I get a big piece like that. You don't get the big piece. You just get a little one. And they make you line up like slaves, right? Like you're like, oh, this is how you get it. Oh, I'm coming to get you. And then you bump into the person. Sorry, buddy, I was looking at the food. It's horrible. We weren't allowed to take it in our hands. That's the worst, because then it sticks to the roof of your mouth, and now you have to wait 3 more days to eat it. Not allowed to touch Jesus. You're walking around school on Wednesday. I can't talk because you're not allowed to. I can't touch this. My dad will put my face through the wall. It's a horrible way to grow up. You had to go to confession. My mother always told me, too, she said, never mind the bars. Church is where you'll meet a nice girl. Yeah? How would you do that, Mom? When the basket comes around for the money? No. I would like to treat that girl right there to the basket. Right there. Yeah, hello. And we had to go to confession. That was the worst. Walk into a dark room and confess all my sins. First thing you did was lie, how long it was since your last time you'd been there. That was a lie right away. It didn't make sense to me walking into a dark room and telling a priest all my sins. All right, Father, why don't you go first? You were in the paper all week. And we'll deduct my Hail Marys from yours. That'll be my penance. Now, that's not all priests, but that's some of them. That's why they're hidden, because they're wanted in some provinces. No, that's overdoing it. But I went to Mass with my buddy, and he'd never been to a Catholic Mass, and it was Christmas. And of course, I see the humor in everything. So I don't know how many of you are Catholic, but there's a part in our Mass where we shake hands. It's the best part because you know it's almost over when that part comes, right? You have a contest. How many did you get? 14. That's my record. So I got my buddy standing next to me. He goes, is there anything I need to know? I said, yeah, just when you shake hands, that's the only time you got to interact with the people beside you. I said, just say hallelujah every time. You're supposed to say, peace be with you. And I hear my buddy, right? He wants to be part of it, so he's really into it. All right, the Lord be with you and also with you. Let us offer each other a sign of peace. Hallelujah. How you doing? Throws in a how you doing. How you doing? Hallelujah. Hi, hallelujah. How you doing? Good. Turns to me after 4 and goes, it's not hallelujah, is it? No. It's peace be with you. Good try, though. You're going to hell for doing that. What? Yeah, you go to hell if you say hallelujah. That's the rule. You go to hell if you say hallelujah. Yeah. What? Where are the small town girls? Small town girls? Oh, yes. I like small town girls. I just hated dating them. It's the worst. You ever do that? Don't date a small town girl if you're not from a small town. Because eventually, you have to go back to that small town with them. Big Legion dance on a Saturday night. People are looking at you. Who's the guy without the ball cap and the shirt tucked in? Who's that guy? He's not from these parts. Let's beat him up. That's how they live. He's dating Jenny. That's Johnny's girlfriend from 2nd grade. That's what they do. They beat you up because you don't know them. It's the worst. And I'm not a beer drinker. You know how stupid you look in a small town Legion ordering coolers? I drink coolers. You can't look tough ordering coolers. I would try to. Hey, bartender. Guys are staring at you. Yeah. Hey, bartender. Yeah. Where's the strawberry banana kiwi cooler I ordered half an hour ago, buddy? Huh? And they make fun of you, too, when you drink coolers. Nice lipstick, loser. Ha. It's not lipstick, buddy. It's raspberry cooler that I chugged. Got married in August. That's a big change, getting married. Yeah. Different, though, eh? Marriage is way different from single. One thing, though, is different. I used to be, when I was single, I would hate to buy toilet paper in front of people. I don't know what that was. I was always worried to be a good-looking girl on the line behind me. Weird, caught up. This isn't for me. I don't do that. I don't do it ever. No. It's my roommate. He does a lot. I don't use this ever. I don't even do that. It's so different though. Like I got single buddies and they don't even invite you out anymore because you're not the same person. You go to bars. I'm not looking at the girls and like I'm looking at them, but I'm not that changed. But it's so different. I'll walk in the bar going, did you guys see the nickel-plated handles on the doors? They had Impatience outside. That looked really good. This is a really good bar. I don't know if anybody's engaged, but I would suggest that you send out your invitations first and then ask people to send in their response with the gift. Like you lose friends from your wedding. You bring your friends, and then they're no longer your friends because of the gift you got. It's true. And people you hated, you didn't even want to invite, give you a great gift, and you suddenly like them. You're like, oh, they're not, you know what? They're not that bad, actually. This is nice. There's a lot of money, and I liked him. He was good tonight. But here's what I suggest you do, because it's ridiculous. I think people should send out your invites for the wedding and ask people to send in their gifts first. Get all the gifts ahead of time. And then give everybody their meal based on the gift you got. Because you have to commit to the same meal, and that's not fair. We had a couple gave us a plate, one big plate. How do you even go to a store and say, where's the plate section? Plates, sir? No, just singular. We're just buying one from the two of us. What are we supposed to do with one plate? Honey, hurry up and eat and wash it. I'm starving. This is hot. My hand. One plate. We got a gravy boat. Holds 2 liters of gravy, seriously, that's what someone got us. A gravy boat. Because I can't tell you how many times before I got married I couldn't figure out a way to get the gravy from the pot to my plate in 2-liter quantities. What kind of gift is that? What are you thinking? It's not like we went out for dinner one night with this couple and I ordered 17 sides of gravy. That's what we'll get him. We'll get him a gravy boat. He loves gravy. Listen to him, listen. One couple gave us $45. That was the weirdest denomination I had. How do you come up with that amount? $45. What are you, sitting at home before the wedding? How much should we give? 40? That's not enough. 50? What, are we made of money all of a sudden? Or did they give us $50 and on the way to the wedding go, oh, we gotta get a card? Yeah, told you we gave too much. My wife's new thing is when she forgets something that I told her, and I told her, 'cause now I email her, because I have proof. That's my new thing. I email her, because she says, and what I do, because this is the best thing about emailing, girls use this. You can say anything to your wife or your significant other, anything in an email, and you can say it as long as you put ha 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 at the end of the sentence. That's what girls do. I didn't really enjoy your demeanor last night, but anyway, ha ha ha. And it's like, what? I don't get it. Make sure there's 3 ha's though, because it's ha ha, it doesn't sound good. But this is her new thing. I said, I told you this 2 weeks ago. We were gonna meet them Friday. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. No, you must have dreamt it. Oh, I dreamt it. Because that's the crap dreams I have every night. I love watching girls do things. They're so organized. Wow, you plan things forever. You do. That's different from us. Like when girls get together and plan a night out, way different. You don't see that with guys. Calling each other up, hey, Bill, it's Jeff. We're going out in 2 months. Start thinking about it. Okay. What's the theme gonna be? We're not sure yet. We'll email you. Put ha 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 at the end of every sentence. Girls love it. They plan everything. They won't drink and drive. That's different. 7:30, there's cabs. No one's drinking and driving. No, will not happen. When do guys plan that when they go out? 10 to 2? We're all driven, we're all hammered, trying to figure out how we're getting home. Sometimes guys need their wife or girlfriend to drink and drive. You don't get that. If I go to the bar and I'm driven and I end up having 13 or 14 coolers, I should not be driving. The sugar rush. Guys like to, you ever do this? Guys like to run home drunk. We don't need driving. I've done that so many times. Their buddy's like, do you want to ride? No. You're going to run home 17 miles. Because you can run forever when you're drunk. There's that feeling. For me, it's the sugar. It's like, no, I had a lot of coolers. I'm okay to run. Yeah. I love watching guys, though, at 10 to 2, because everybody's driven, and now they're all trying to act how they're getting home. right? And girls, sometimes you won't drive us. You could be with us. I had a shooter. I told you. I had a shot. I know my body weight. I know what I'm allowed. I will not drive. And I'm like, I had 13 coolers. I shouldn't drive. And then I gotta drive. That's not right. Hitting OnStar. I have OnStar. I use that sometimes if I... OnStar, can you tell me how to get home? Just side streets. Just side streets. Can you see cops from your satellite? Route me around them because my wife had a shooter. It's funny when guys go out though, because there's always one guy, he's still walking around hammered, and it's like he's got 2 beers left, it's 10 after 2, they're kicking everybody out, and he's trying to act responsible still. He can't even breathe when he talks. Have you seen this guy? Where are you, Dave, where are you? Oh, what happened there? The air left. But he's trying to act responsible because his friend's about to leave. Where are you going? No, you shouldn't drive. Come on, give me the keys. Come on. Then he tries to lecture him. Okay, go. You're gonna be a jerk? Get out of here. That's not smart, Dave. 2 seconds later, can I get a ride, though? Girls are different in that sense. When they go out, they have a song in their head that they want to hear. That's part of the night. It's a new song. I want to hear this. If I hear this, And they will download it, have lyrics.com right beside them, and they'll get ready and they'll practice the words, hit repeat. I love the beginning, I want to hear it again. I love the beginning, I want to hear it again. And they have moves, that'll work right there. If I do that move, and we're dancing, that'll work there. But girls practice, it's awesome, so different. You get to the bar, you do everything together, you check your coats. You're all excited. Just put them on one hanger, we're all together. We're leaving together. We check our coats too. We just don't pick them up at the end of the night. That's a big difference. We're too hammered, freezing outside. Where's your coat? I don't know. I don't know where it is. It's in the coat check, hanging on a hanger. I don't know. I just forgot it, I guess. Girls never forget that stuff. You do everything together. You have a rule too, that rule that you have to leave together. That's the one we hate. We leave as a group, okay? Nobody goes off. All right? Guys don't do that. They don't call each other in, guys, before we start. Let's leave together tonight, all right? Because you never know what's out there, okay? Come on, Jeff, let's go to the washroom quick. Get this out of the way. Never see that. Big difference. The funniest thing, too, the end of the night. Every girl's night out in the world ends the same way. Doesn't matter how old you are or where you're from, there's always one girl at the end of the night bawling her eyes out. And no one knows why. Everyone's running around because Jennifer's down. Stop. So the night's over. Stop. Leave all the men that have bought you drinks. It's over. Jennifer. Jennifer won't talk. Jennifer. I didn't see. I was in the circle of dancing. Jennifer. Who said what? What? And then you pet her like roadkill. Just okay. It's okay. I've got it covered. It's okay. It's okay. Hold her hair. It's highlights. Hold her. Oh, guys don't do that. Guys go to the strip joint. That's a guy thing. Funny thing about the strip joint, there's 2 types of guys in the world still left. You can separate guys into 2 simple categories. Guys that can admit to their wives or girlfriends that they go. Then there's still those guys that still have to say they've never been. And right now, those guys have to stare at me the whole time I talk about strip joints. Because if their wife's here, they're like, oh God, this is really awkward right now. That's so funny to me, because that ride home, you know the first question is, so do you go to strip joints at all? I didn't even get the joke. I didn't even get it. I don't even know what he's talking about. Because that's how guys are, man. Every guy that's been to a strip joint, we all don't have a clue what we sound like in our heads when we walk in, but we all do the same thing. Doesn't matter who you are. This is my impression of how every guy walks into a strip joint. This is what we think. Oh. Look at the losers that come to these places. Man. Oh, God, that guy was here last week. Look at him. I have a lot of Chinese friends. Do we have any Chinese people here? By applause? Yes. I love Chinese people. Only thing I don't like, my Chinese friends do this. When we're driving, they put me in the back seat and they put on the Chinese radio station. I don't have a clue what's going on. But the problem with that is Chinese don't have words for the highways. So all I hear is this. Don Valley Parkway. What's going on Don Valley up there? Guys, don't go that way. There's something happening, I think. I don't know what he's saying. It's strange. Strange how you hear things, too. And I keep listening, and it's almost like the announcers are going to say, ding dong, the witch is dead. That's what I hear. I don't want to make fun of Chinese people, but I don't speak Chinese, but that's what I hear, ding dong, the witch. I'm waiting for it every time. Ding dong, witch is dead, say it. There's a witch dead on the Don Valley Parkway. That's what I hear. I love Chinese people, though. I was a waiter. 9 years I waited at the Keg. Baked potato, fries, or rice? That's all I said every day. Baked potato, fries, or rice? Haha, my name's Gerry. Hi, how are you? Baked potato, fries, or rice? Oh, God, shoot me. 9 years I did that. Lied. I lied for 9 years. I don't know if any of you are in the service industry, but lying, yes, they'll get this. 2 things I hated. 1, people who ordered tea. Because it takes forever. You're running around looking for stuff. Your meals are up. Yeah, I know. I got to find a teapot. Gerry, your meals are up. I know. I'm looking for a plate for this tea. No. Screws your whole night. No more tea. Could I have a tea, please? Sorry, ma'am. We're out of tea tonight. Yeah, that's easy. Done. The problem with doing that is there's the keener waiter in your section next to you. Always shows up with a tea party to his table because he does everything perfectly. Now I look like an idiot. They're looking at him, and I'm looking at him going, did the tea come in? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, it usually comes in 9:30, so I guess it's arrived. Hated the cheap rich people. They're the worst. How much is it for a side of mushrooms? 99 cents. Oh, forget it. We'll just keep the steak and lobster, no mushrooms. I'm gonna leave you $1 for yourself. Never brought decaf coffee, ever. Not a chance. I'm running around like crazy looking for that 1 orange pot and brewing it. And again, screws up your whole night. I would just bring regular coffee, put a little straw in it. That was the trick. What's the straw for? That's to remind me, ma'am, that you have the decaf. Enjoy painting your house at 2 in the morning. Because Italians are the best. They are. Italians are just so loyal to each other, really. They're not really, if you're a mungie cake, they don't care about you. You're just there to help them with their life. I did. I was 9 years old. We moved into an Italian neighborhood. I knew right away I had Italian neighbors because I would play road hockey. I could never play the next day because this guy would always take my sticks and cut them off for his tomato plants in the backyard. Every day. Like, Mr. Ricci, that was a brand new stick. Have some sauce. I don't want sauce. I got 30 bags of your sauce, okay? I'm tired of playing ringette with my sister in the driveway. They never know your name. You ever live next to Italians? If you're not Italian, they don't care. They're not looking for new friends. They don't care what your name. They never say, what is your name? They don't ever say that. They don't care. Whatever name comes out of their mouth, that's your name if you live next to Italian. Jimmy, I was Jackie, Tony. Sometimes I was Jenny. I don't know where Jenny came from. And I would do little jobs for him, cut his grass, he'd water his driveway. They love to do that, eh? He would stand outside all day. Hey, Jackie, just watering his driveway. Don't step out of the driveway today. I'm watering the driveway today. You get a nice and clean driveway. Never parked his car ever in the driveway. No park today. I got a dirt on the driveway today. And the raccoons would step on it. He was so mad at the raccoons. This a goddamn raccoon. I don't know where it come from, Jackie. And he'd look for it like it was at his feet. I don't know where this raccoon. I find the one day, Johnny, this raccoon, because he stepped on my driveway. I kill this raccoon so fast. I'd hear him at 3 in the morning trying to trick the raccoon. He really wanted to kill. He'd never seen one. Someone told him they're out at night, so he'd be out at 3 in the morning with a slipper, his wife's slipper. Was gonna kill it. With that, like this. Behind his back. And you know Italians have something behind their back, because they tell you they have nothing behind their back. Where are you, nice raccoon? I don't have nothing behind my back. And I used to do jobs for this guy every day. Cut his grass, shovel his driveway, and he would drink coffee all day. Called it cough for short. I was terrified when I figured that out. That truck came by at noon with the cough. Hey, Jenny. Yes? Do you want to go fuck off? What? You want to go fuck off? You want me to go fuck off? I'm not allowed to do that yet. No. Every day. You ever work for an Italian? That's confusing. They fire you every day, but they forget. You know how confusing that is when you're 9? Hey, Jimmy. Yesterday, Jimmy, you not cut the grass in a straight line. I know I say yesterday, goodbye, Jackie. Don't come back this time, for sure. But this time, Tony, I have no time for this grass, for sure. Yesterday, I say for sure, you come back. I don't look. I say, okay, Jackie wanna come back. I'm not gonna see it this time. I give him one more chance. But I look through this, Jimmy. I see still. This is for sure no good this time. Don't cut this grass again because you don't work here for me no more, okay? Goodbye and don't come back for sure. Okay, Jenny, I see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock, we go fuck off, okay? Anyway, you guys, thank you so much for being a part of this. Really appreciate it. You guys have a great night. Thanks again.